Where were we? Where were we? There we go. Oh, that's right. We had to go in there to look at something. Because this is the, where Elfin used to live.
We should go through that room some more before we move on.
We kind of cut a little bit in the middle of some story scenes.
Looks like some kind of research facility.
The last time I streamed, it was almost entirely...
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out.
It was almost entirely scenes. It was like a boss fight and like a little mini dungeon.
For the people of Lenegus, the Forbidden Zone is the stuff of dreams. Yet here I am, standing within its hallowed halls.
It's off limits even for lords, then? Talk about an exclusive club.
Being exclusive is one thing, but how many important facilities let in only the Sovereign? Doesn't that seem a little strange?
Strange doesn't cover it. If it was only one room, maybe. But a place on this scale? How do they keep it from falling into ruin? Whoever the Sovereign is, they can't manage the upkeep of this whole place themselves.
Did no one ever talk about it when you were growing up?
No, not that I can remember. Then again, Sovereigns and Forbidden Zones weren't exactly breakfast table conversations.
The Forbidden Zone is a hallowed place, at one with the Sovereign's authority, grounds of the one true ruler who presides over all Renans. That is what we believed this place to be. No, what we were made to believe it was. But now, it is finally time to discover this area's true purpose, and why it was kept hidden behind the scenes for so long.
I'm actually glad they're taking this route with the story, because I think, you know, it's incredibly fair, I would say, to hit on like the slave note and just assume that they assume superior power and the citizens just don't, right? I mean that's a pretty common storytelling trope. Hey, Link. I think it's pretty good. I think they did a really good job with it, or at least so far. I mean, we haven't beaten it yet, so there's a chance for things to take a turn, I suppose. But for the most part, it seems pretty good. Or has been pretty good, sorry. Yeah, I don't know. I think the turn where they start to spin this, I guess, is a conspiracy. I'm not even entirely certain how you would frame this. It's working out so well. Ooh, what's this? An operating table. Many subjects undoubtedly never came back alive from their operations on this. Oh, I have a feeling this is where Alphen and his other Dunn brothers and sisters were experimenting on, probably. I think this is the room we couldn't enter in the flashback. But yeah, I would say Tales of Arise has this weird double set of I guess like a negative and a positive. The negative is only really there, or I say glaring negative and glaring positive, I should say. The negative is only really there if you're really a big fan of the series, in my opinion. I think it's something that you can get past if you are a big fan. I don't think it's like that big of a deal. It's more just like very jarring. It's very different than other Tales games, to a point that it just pretty much feels like it's got like a very similar shell, but a lot of the meat isn't the same, if that makes sense. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, going through all the old Tales games too, and then boom, this it is a little weird for certain. It's showing the room's equipment. It hasn't been used in a long time. Lineage structures You can see pipes for transporting astral energy sticking out of them. Oh. This area will now be shut down as the project proceeds to the final phase. And it makes you wonder what the fuck they were trying to do. Summon Cthulhu? Like, what the fuck was their plan here? I am actually genuinely confused by that. Like, they clearly weren't trying to end existence as we know it. That wasn't the play. So what the fuck was the play? I mean, they're all I think all Tales games are worth playing. Some definitely more than others. Yeah, Symphonia's up there. It's pretty good. But that said, though, I would definitely lower expectations going into Arise on how the combat will work. It's fun. It's good. The combos feel incredibly satisfying when you pull them off. It's just that, well, at the same time, it's still not... Like, it's button prompts instead of direction prompts. Which is weird for me, but eh.
I think I can make this work.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Danon astral energy so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure taking the form of a Danon. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign.
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the master cores. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the Lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renin citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renins are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
Yep.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait, I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
They've re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Volron? But that means...
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
That means the other lords have been deaded. They're not resting on Rena, they're fucking dead.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 Sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the Sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a Sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
So
What?
this is where Alphen became the Sovereign, and Volron as well. The significance of this location would suggest...
Hey, it looks like the terminals in here turned on too.
We should look through them. They might contain valuable information.
Only 2 Sovereigns in over 300 years. So why has the experiment only succeeded twice in all this time? And if that's the case, why keep on doing it? Was there really no other way? Or could there be some other reason?
Dohalim.
Forgive me.
Alphen.
I'm fine. I'm just a little shaken, that's all. I knew what I was already, so it's not like it's a surprise or anything. But it's strange. I've got all this rage inside of me, but I don't even know who it's for. I'm scared that I'll put a face to it, just to have someone to blame.
If that were to happen, then No.
Damn, okay.
Then we'd help you fight it, before you ever got that far. Wouldn't we, everyone?
Yeah. We wouldn't just sit by and watch you spiral out of control.
Ooh, I'm
That's
getting
right.
chills.
No good can come from being consumed by hatred.
If you ever start to lose your way, you can count on us to guide you back. To remind you where home is.
And I would be happy to lend an attentive ear, should you ever have need.
Thank you, everyone. I think I'll be okay now.
That gave me some Persona 4 vibes. The idea of blaming someone without knowing fully. Select topic to explore. The Sovereign acts as Lenegis' central control device for the spirit channeling ceremony. Each one is granted level 2 authority and an ID crest. A Dawnan subject serves as the base of its creation. In theory, ideal candidates possess equal affinity for every astral element. However, such aptitude is statistically rare to uncover within real-world conditions. So in other words, they were trial and erroring their test subjects to death instead of doing like some preliminary tests. Yeah, sounds about right. As a result, most subjects die during the adjustment period, and stability is still not guaranteed for those who survive it. This instability, coupled with the Sovereign's powers of astral manipulation, pose a high risk to the security of Lennigus if left unchecked. As such, stabilization methods. As such, stabilization measures must be put in place via the support mechanism when utilizing the Sovereign in the spirit channeling ceremony. Addendum 1. No effective alternate methods to perform the ceremony have been found. Trials on Dawn and subjects are authorized to continue. Yeah, so in other words, they probably tried, but decided, meh, not worth it. Addendum 2. Unit 2 adjusts are a success. Subsequent adjustments are to be put on hold while extended observation takes place. So in other words, Volron isn't Renan? I feel like that would have been apparent. But I guess he kind of looked... It's hard to tell. One thing I've noticed is Dawnins tend to be a lot more mundane looking. Like, they've got black hair, brown hair, maybe blonde, but like they're realistically like very realistic looking people. But then when you get to the Renans, they look very unrealistic. They got, well, at least in hair color, I should say. I mean, stature and shape is still very anime, I guess. I think Elfin's like the only Dawn we know of that has a weird hair color. That I can think of off the top of my head. Yeah, I mean, look at Dohalim. He's got like stark, very vibrant, vivid red hair, right? Then you've got fucking Shion, who's got pink hair. Well, Volron had like a purpley hair, but you could honestly maybe push that to be it was once black, potentially. I know that doesn't really state that outright, or isn't really evidence, but like, I don't know. I feel like that's something they glossed over, and I'm glad they did, because honestly, it's basically one of those questions they answered well enough that you could just say, yeah, that's probably what it was. But they did leave just enough there for me to be like, but maybe there's more to this testing that's happened over the years than what we're aware of. Unit 2 adjustments are success. Subsequent adjustments are to be put on hold while extended observation takes place. The Maiden acts as a sovereign support mechanism for the spirit channeling ceremony. Each one is granted level 2 authority and an ID crest. A Renan subject serves its functions, providing the sovereign with the supplemental dark astral it lacks in tandem with the Renus Alma. During that ceremony, it is partly responsible for astral energy conversion, as well as maintaining stability over the sovereign's own powers. Additionally, the decree of intimacy between it and the sovereign has been observed to positively impact the level of stability in both subjects. Because of this, trial activations of the sovereign without the maiden present are expressly forbidden. Oh no, this is getting darker than I thought it would. Holy fuck, does that mean, what was her, Noira, or whatever her name was literally just there to fucking trick Elfin? Whether or not she was doing it on purpose, I think that was literally her purpose. That's fucked up. God, that's like double fucked up. Neither the sovereign or the maiden are to be informed about the details of the spiritual. Yeah, okay, so yeah, she didn't know, but that was her purpose. That's why they came to her. And because the Renans have this weird hierarchy trust system going on, she didn't bat a fucking eye. She was just like, yeah, no, this sounds all normal. Although I think we learned that she definitely didn't agree with it. I didn't want mental instability. Yeah. Look, I keep yawning. Goddamn. Mental instability in the Maiden has been deemed to cause the past sovereign's rampancy. Countermeasures must be considered. Ah, there we go. So that's that's referencing what happened to Elfin. Addendum 2. In line with plan adjustments, the current subject will have its maiden registration revoked and be returned to its original household. I guess that explains why the bloodline exists, because she was definitely old enough that she could have had a kid potentially, but it would have been towing a line almost. Because I think Elfin's supposed to only be like 20 to like 22ish, I think. I forget how they kind of explained it, but didn't really say it earlier. I wonder, can we find... Sword Strike is 99999. Can you tell what I use more? As far as their aerial strike isn't up there higher though. His spirit will never ever be a high proficiency, which is annoying. It's too ridiculous to try and do. Oh no. I would definitely buy them one at a time. I get the sentiment, and I agree. Sometimes it's just like they're fucking right there. I might as well just buy them. It'll force me to do it. But also it'll, I don't know, whenever I do stuff like that, it usually weighs on me, right? It's like, if I buy a game ahead of, like, I was gonna buy Persona 5 early, because it was on sale, when I was looking at it. But I was playing another game at the time, and I decided that I didn't want to have that looming in the distance for me. Like weighing on me that it was there. And I mean, this is only one game. I assume if I bought multiple games in a row, it probably would have been even more tormenting. And so I skipped it. I almost skipped it entirely. And I almost didn't play Persona 5 because I was like, nah, I'm not going to do it. It wasn't until Dylan and GTA basically talked me into it. They're like, no, it's on sale, buy it. I'm like, okay, fine, fuck. That's true too, right? Like waiting for a sale. Gentle persuasion. Yeah, I suppose these two won't really be up there because we don't use them all that often. We did use them for a fair bit, though. Surprisingly. Yeah, I wouldn't do that, GTA. I probably won't play that game. If it gets multiplayer, 110%, I'm going through Subnautica. I want to. I just will never do it alone. It's not happening. Or if the multiplayer mod gets like built and actually works correctly or some shit, I'm down. Yeah, that's a fair point too. I didn't really like Metal Gear Solid 5 that much. I know a lot of people that did. But at the same time, I loved Death Stranding. I think Death Stranding is a beautiful game. Especially if you can handle a more cinematic experience with like really odd gameplay. It was so good. I know it's very niche. But I loved it so much. Enjoyed it, yeah. I think what really helps it too is there's a lot of mechanics wrapped around exploration. It's not just, everyone's like, oh, it's a walking simulator. You go from point A to point B. It's like, sure, in a lot of ways, that's true. That's 110% true. But, you gotta, like, maintain your weight, your balance. You gotta make sure you're pathing correctly because, going through the water sucks. Not a good idea. For instance, climbing can be a nightmare if you don't prepare for it. It's a beautiful balance, and I love it. I probably won't get the director's cut because I don't think there's enough new for me. But I was really tempted to. Yeah. BB is a bro, though. BB is a bro. Ah, I see. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be. Don't be afraid to not like it. Is something I will say. But at the same time, I say give it a play it until that point. I guess, yeah, because I think it's honestly a beautiful game, and I don't know. I always hated the criticism online. I shouldn't say it. Sorry, that's way too general of a statement. I always hated when people online would would hit it for like things that aren't entirely like a criticism. Like for instance, like calling it a walking simulator as if that's like somehow a bad thing. It's like, okay, sure, there's some really horrible walking simulators out there. That doesn't mean they can't be good. I mean, it's not entirely that either. That's like saying that the stealth elements aren't there, or that the driving elements aren't there, or the communal efforts aren't there, or the combat actually is genuinely entertaining. Stealth combat against human, there we go, enemies can be a tad bit generic and easy, but like otherwise shit's really good. GTA is just sitting there listening to me like gush about it. Yeah, it can be a very scary experience for a few times. Even when you are geared out enough to fight that shit, it can be a scary encounter. It's fun. Oh yeah, Mads Mikkelsen, beautiful, beautiful fucking. Honestly, Norman Reedus, Mads Mikkelsen, Guillermo del Toro, and I forget Die Hardman. I forget his actor alike. They all fucking all four of those characters pull a fucking beautiful job. Now, I think the whole cast does a wonderful job, but I think those four characters shined the most for me. Just because what subtle differences over the course of the game that happen, like how characters do things even though it's not entirely like something that they want to do or something that they like to do, but because of like certain things and resolves and I'm trying to be vague without like spoiling anything, but like, oh man, it's so good. The way the story like wraps around itself is beautiful. Yeah, I'm a little sad that he didn't. I mean, it makes sense that he didn't, but like whatever. Whatever Kojima does next is just gonna be a hit. I feel like I hate it when people are like, oh well, Kojima's lost his touch. It's like, no, he hasn't. He literally hasn't. He built a game that's a bit more niche, sure, but I think his touch is still there, intact, well intact. In fact, I would argue. Striving, glowing, fucking. Sorry, I could gush about the game for a while. I enjoyed it a boatload. Yeah. Speaking of, yeah, was 110% my one of my favorite parts of the game too. Just like slapping back 5 or 6 monster energy. In my mind, I'm thinking like, Norman Reedus is gonna have heart problems later on. It's a good thing he's dead, or not dead. What the fuck do they call him? He's got a weird thing about him where I'm certain that probably doesn't really matter to him too much. Repatriate, that's what it was, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I guess he can slam back 5-6 energy drinks, it'd probably be okay, but... Here's like a couple to say, but Death Stranding is simply not a game for everyone. Yeah, I think that's kind of it. It's like, I think where I lie on criticism of anything is criticism is healthy when it's constructive and it's not just like a LOL, your game sucks, fuck you, or you know, or even worse, you sound like fucking death threats or something stupid to the developers or people involved in the production, right? It's like that's all fucked up, obviously. But like constructive criticism is perfectly fine. I think that it should be welcomed, and there shouldn't be a stigma behind it. I think there's a lot of people out there that don't like even that, and you know what? That's fine. That is entirely someone's point of view. I've talked about before. I've had friends over the years who because I'm a very critical person. I would provide, certain criticisms of things that they were working on at the time, and they would get really mad at me, even though I was literally trying to be kind and friendly and just trying to help out. And I always used to get really annoyed because I'd never understand why they're mad at me, blah, 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 blah. But I get it. And, I've grown through that. I understand. Not everyone wants to become the best at what they do. Sometimes they just do it to have fun. Perfectly fine. But a production game that's being sold to, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people should be willing to accept criticism, because regardless of what they say, want, or do, they're going to get it. And I know that's probably, maybe there's something to be said about that. I don't know. Point is that they should be willing to accept it because they're going to get it. The constructive side. Obviously, they can shout down the threats and the bullshit, but, point is. But on top of that, though, I think that aside from even, like, constructive criticism on things, there's people who seem to think that their own personal perception equates to that, I guess, if that makes sense. So, like, they're trying to provide constructive criticism, or even not, for that matter, but it's based on a point of, like, I guess, like, something being niche. It's like someone who for a good example, it's like someone who plays RPGs their entire life. So, pretty much what we do on stream. And then they were to go play, they were to go play Halo or play Call of Duty, and they'd be like, wow, there's not enough fucking player choice in this game. It's fucking garbage. How does anyone play this? And then they go on the forums, they go on Twitter, they go on wherever, and they're like, don't play this garbage game at 0 to 10. It's like, bro, shooters just aren't for you, man. Like, that's all that is. In that example, right? It's like, but there's people out there that genuinely in their brain think that, like, because they are not enjoying something, it somehow equates to it being horrible. And that's just not true. That's not how that works. And I hate it. Whenever I see it, it drives me up the wall sometimes. Whenever I see someone, like, criticize something, when it's like, no, what you're trying to say is you don't like the game, not that the game is bad. It's okay to not like it. It's okay for it not to be for you. Dark Souls too hard, you can't get through it, you don't like it. Well, listen, the developers built it that way. If you don't like it, don't play it. It's that simple. you know, and there is something to be said about like demos not really existing so much anymore. You can't really trial games anymore. You know, I can understand someone being frustrated about a game not entirely like, you know, poisoning itself in that way, but Dark Souls was, and Death Stranding pretty much was. I mean, they never really were misleading titles in their production, I don't think, at any point, or their marketing rather, that I think of. And these are just the two examples we were using, obviously, but like, I'm sure there's plenty of times where that's the case, and that's fine to criticize too, but. Well, early stuff was confusing, but I'm pretty certain a lot of the stuff that was near the launch marketing pretty much explained what the game was going to be. That it was going to be a game about traveling across America, right? I don't know. I gotta keep in mind I did play it a little bit after, so I had a bit of more of an understanding. That's something to keep in mind. Dark Souls, on the other hand, I played pretty damn near close to launch. It was like within the first like few weeks, because I had friends who were huge fans of Demon Souls. They were in that small crowd of people. So, either way, sorry. I know I'm going on a bit of a tangent and I'm ranting a little bit. Yeah, sorry. What I was trying to get at with all of that is that, like, I think in a way, I guess we should just. I would like to normalize something not being for you. Now, again, that's not a write-off criticism. If a game's bad, or if there's a segment of a game that, on more of a factual level, is bad, sure, it should be criticized and called out in a way that's should be constructive. Like, for instance, I didn't like how Tales of Abyss portrayed. It started to be a bit more hypocritical in its character motivations by the end. It almost felt like they would go back and forth on things because they wanted to hit home or character mortality, and I felt like that was really stupid. And I think that is bad storytelling. I still enjoyed Abyss a lot. Not to, like, you know, dwell on that, but it's just something recent, obviously. And that's my criticism, saying that I think that the writers and the developers probably should have taken some more time to look at what they had made and probably realize that they needed to reel that one back. Or at least make the characters react to it differently or something, right? But then, on top of that, you know, old game though, I can't really fault them too much on that. You know, you gotta keep in mind, at the time, people maybe didn't have the same understandings as we do now, so on and so forth. I'm trying to think of something that was very glaring for me in Arise, but I can't think of anything. I think Arise has been pretty good. The only thing I really disliked in Arise so far was just that it didn't feel like the rest of the series, which is, again, a me thing. That's nothing on Arise. That's not Arise's fault. Arise has tried to be a cool, fun game. If I don't like it, that's on me. I think that's a good example, actually. Yeah, me not liking the fact that it's not like the other Tales games is a me problem. It's the rest of the fans' problem, and not to say that's not even a negative thing to say. I don't think it's like, yeah, if that was so much of a deal breaker for me, I would have just stopped. I would have just went on and played Xenogears and just skipped Arise. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. We just won't play Arise, guys. I'm not feeling it. I could have did due diligence. There was a demo. There was several gameplay trailers out. I could have done all of my due diligence to find out whether or not I liked the game or not. If I had bought it without doing any of that research, that's on me. Right? That I have to take responsibility for that. I think that's fair. Obviously, not how things went. I did end up eventually enjoying it quite a bit, but you know, it's just I guess yeah, that's a good example of the other way. I guess, yeah. So, anyways, I've ranted, I've rambled. How did we end up with Shion? Oh yeah, I forgot we can do that. Each current contest, 5 of the best qualified members of the Renin populace are chosen to act as lords, vying to serve as the next sovereign. During their tenure, they are granted level 3 authority as well as one of the 5 elemental realms to administer and its corresponding master core. They are also assigned an ID crest indicating their designated element. That's that thing that glows on their forehead when they go all out, kind of deal. The selection process is based only on astral artistry and physical and mental aptitude. Other variables such as age have no bearing whatsoever. Are they saying they would push a kid into lordship? That's a nightmare to think about. Because only the strongest go on to become lords. The position itself does not inherently make an individual any stronger. I mean, we know they didn't. But kind of an interesting prospect. It should be noted, however, the lords are not the only individuals capable of drawing out a Master Core's power. All run-ins must take part in the selection process, and acceptance of the position is mandatory. It is not allowed for those deemed suitable to decline. Furthermore, in the event of an acting lord is incapacitated and can no longer serve in their position, a replacement must be quickly prepared. Wait a fucking second. That's a nightmarish thing to think about. Does that mean since we killed Balsif, they were planning on launching more Renin lords to the surface? I'm assuming that would take time, and that's the only reason it didn't happen. But, geez. Unique adjustment index test subject report. Following is a report on the second successful case of sovereign test subject experimentation. Test subject 10105, given name Voron, generation not applicable. Unique adjustment index ethnicity not applicable. Although subject possesses high latent potential. I wonder if that's just because it doesn't matter for the testing. Maybe. It feels like a weird thing to include, but I'm assuming that's just them trying to say that like literally anyone could be included in these tests or some shit. Anyways, it exhibits significant mental instability along with a strong distaste for following orders. As such, the risks it possesses surpass even those of the last successful subject. Itself a failure, and is therefore under consideration for disposal. Addendum: this is the first successful case in 300 years. Previously mentioned risk factors are now mitigated due to established control protocols. Subject is to be evaluated under the assumption that Plan 2 will proceed and will be dispatched to Dana under the guise of serving as a lord. So, in other words, okay, so that's what I've been trying to find out. I mentioned earlier I didn't like their original thing for Volron. I didn't like the idea that Volron was... he was giving me Xenos vibes from Final Fantasy XIV. And I was a little annoyed about it because I was like, please don't do that. You know, dude looking for the strongest fighter, blah, 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 blah. That's really bullshit. I don't like that. It's so one note. It's not a good character trope, especially if it's the only character trope. So like a good contrast is Xenos bad, Child from Genshin Impact good. See, he's all about that, but he also is all about his country. He also has like a semblance of understanding of loyalty, and he kind of hates when he gets betrayed. There's more to his character than trying to find the strongest fighter. That just happens to be part of his character. perfect way to build a character. Xenos, where that's literally all his character is, that's bad character. I don't know why I'm wording it like I'm talking to toddlers, so I apologize. It just, in my brain went that direction. But I guess that makes a bit more sense, as he's kind of gone mad. He's basically a test subject that's being thrust into all this and just kind of acting out. I think that kind of rectifies his character a lot for me, so. Master cores are instruments of power containing astral energy that belongs to one of the 6 elements. 5 of these master cores, those with earth, water, fire, wind, and light, are loaned to Renan lords at the time of the crown contest. Only the dark master core is maintained inside the Forbidden Zone until the Renis Alma is ready to be reformed. Its existence kept top secret. Underneath a master core's spherical outer layer, is a force field crystal used to for the purpose of astral energy containment and stabilization. Inside the force field, astral energy is stored in a dormant state. For the duration of their tenure, each lord competes in the crown contest to amass their allotted type of astral energy. In the event of an emergency, each lord may be allowed to withdraw from their respective stock of astral energy as necessary. However, the extent allowed is determined based on their own individual strength. Addendum 1. Design flaws have been discovered in how the Renis Alma materializes. Be advised that active master cores may resonate with other master cores located in close proximity and become unstable. Addendum 2. Due to the successful regeneration of the Renis Alma, master cores will cease to be deployed and the crown contest will be permanently halted. Wait, what? Hold on. Okay, so that explains why they're amassing astral energy and how that becomes kind of a thing. Because it seemed like a very fluent force, right? That wasn't really hard. It wasn't really easy to contain. But they basically created a vessel that can contain it. So the master cores aren't created; they're just used. Or sorry, isn't created by astral energy, but it's used to restore it. And they can draw on that astral energy if they need to, but blah, 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 blah. So this is why the lords are never meant to meet, because their master cores would do some unstable things. Makes sense. That's something they mentioned earlier, but didn't really have a reason for it. So now we have a reason for it. This addendum had to have been made very recently. Like within about a month's time. Meaning someone's been in here since, or these logs have been created since. Spirit cores are end terminals used for the collection of astral energy. When embedded in a biological subject, it establishes connections throughout the body. These connections are used to amass astral energy generated from physical activity, which is then emitted from the host body itself. Because this emitted energy is prone to diffuse, the host must be placed within range of a spirit vessel for the energy to be collected. This means that Donans must be employed to harvest the astral energy for the purpose of the crown contest. Given the difficulty in producing them, it is advised that spirit cores be retrieved from host bodies and reused upon their death. Spirit cores can also be embedded in Zeugles to control them via astral arts. Okay, so Zeugles are... That's probably one of the ways that they're able to be stray, is if they manage to get their cores out. Or even more so if they exist without. Increased physical load on a host body tends to produce increased astral energy emissions. Final confirmation of ideal workload to impose on host bodies without inducing death for maximum astral energy yields is still pending. A large-scale astral energy converter that primarily converts the elemental composition of Donna's astral energy and transmits it to Rena. Activation and control of astral energy conversion is achieved by placing the Sovereign, Maiden, and Rena Salma within the central core of Lenegis. It is comprised of classified and essential personnel residence zones around a large conduit, along with a defensive layer surrounding them. This outer layer is deployed upon activation, unlocking the central conduit while simultaneously functioning as a stabilization mechanism. Due to its design, deployment of the outer layer is expected to cause damage to residential zones. However, because that only takes place during the final stage of the spirit channeling ceremony, no contingency plan to address said damage is needed. In other words, they really don't care about their people. Till that phase, Lenegis serves as the central base of operations for the management and execution of the crown contest on Nana. So basically, they're producing lords and producing dark astral energy, and that's literally the purpose. Any personnel with level 3 authority or lower is strictly forbidden from the classified zone. Any violators will be immediately executed. Chill. Awesome. Massive spirit vessel placed on Donna for the spirit channeling ceremony. Oh, wait. So that's what that thing was. That's what the wedge was. It serves as the tip of Lenegis' conduit for which it separates. Upon landing in Donnan waters, it extends two sets of conducting pathways. The vertical pathways connect to the center of Donna. Meanwhile, the horizontal pathways proceed to envelop the entire surface of Donna. Once activated, it links to the biological spirit vessel placed in each realm, efficiently harvesting the planet's astral energy in mass. Accumulated energy is then transmitted to Rena via Lenegis. Because construction and adjustment take place in the Forbidden Zone's regulator area, Lenegis' outer layer must be deployed prior to launch. Intended to function semi-autonomously, only maintenance personnel are expected to manually interface with it when necessary. No other personnel is required for it to function. Addendum 1, Detachable Harvester 1 was lost on Donna after exploding due to the rampancy exhibited by the Sovereign. Detachable Harvester 2's landing point will remain the same as that of the previous model. So they've tried to do this once before. But we destroyed it 300 years ago, I would assume? This is due to the explosion of the previous model, which altered the planetary topography, enabling easier connection to the center of Donna. Oh. A device covering the wearer's whole face that restricts their mental activity. It was developed for the purpose of pacifying prisoners. Medical applications are also recognized, particularly as a means of preventing patients from sustaining mental trauma. However, doing so is not recommended, as prolonged use of the device carries the risk of inducing a number of adverse side effects. Addendum, due to the loss of production facilities incurred from the partial destruction of Lenegis, additional devices will no longer be manufactured. So in other words, it was something they made 300 years ago, but not so much anymore. After receiving reports of a robust new form of rule emerging in Dana's water realm, a study was commissioned to investigate the matter in depth. The system is unique in that it elevates only the Lord as the supreme authority while relegating both Renans and Donans alike to enslavement. Test subject 10105 serves as the realm's current Lord and has achieved this without the use of any special powers, drugs, or special devices. 10105, whatever. Volron, for those who didn't remember or didn't catch that. Rather, it has done so by sheer governance. Given this method's effectiveness at population control, monitoring of the situation will continue. Addendum 1. Collapse of cognitive facilities via extreme mental repression rooted in violence and fear has proven to be key to this style of rule. Once a subject loses its autonomy, they become destined to fear the subsequently cease to prioritize even their own personal safety. So, Volron is literally insane. He's going insane, and that is entirely why he acted the way he did. I like it. Though such a state is ill-suited for commanding officers, it remains an effective way to cultivate disposable infantry and slaves for manual labor. Soldiers and Addendum 2. Soldiers in Lenegus who have undergone this treatment will be asked to secure classified sectors as a trial. The results will be monitored. So that would explain the brainwashed guards that we were fighting. I like those info dumps. They gave a lot of context behind some stuff. Same thing as the other one. Lots of numbers, looks like logs of alignment between subjects and Lemmings proper. Room unchanged over 3 centuries. It's like time itself has stopped here.
Naori,
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Rena never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell.
Naori...
His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... Lenegis will be nothing but ashes. And this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Alphen. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try.
In other words, she
I
might
hope
have
it's
thought
enough.
she killed him.
Please, live for me, Alphen.
That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape Lenegis.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me, and made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
Yeah, we very much did. This is true. We are one very alive boy. Alright, let's check the side corridors first, because those aren't anything. But they could contain... Alright, look, yeah, there's an item over here. This door looks ominous.
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course. After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony. This is where the Renis Alma was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renis Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
Naori?
What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
Some Final
What
Fantasy
we
VII
did
shit.
back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony, the purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Elfin's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening.
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen, the Sovereign, was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse on to my descendants as well.
Ah, that makes a lot more sense. Okay.
Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just...
So their magic fuckery was going to lead to basically a super nuke. But
Naori.
instead of letting it go further out of control,
just now,
she turned it
was
into a
it
curse.
directly from Naori? Or
and places upon
was
herself
it
and her
the Danon
descendants.
voice speaking through her?
The hell?
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the Maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
Fair.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time.
Bit of a cop-out, but
If they're
whatever.
here,
Just
it must
clothing.
mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Shion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a maiden in Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns.
Looks like it. At least that's the belief.
Shion.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still.
No, it isn't. You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Rinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah, we can protect the world and save Shion at the same time.
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renin lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Shion. You included. Now let's get moving, shall we? Last I heard, we had an apocalypse to stop. Thank you, Naori.
So in other words, collecting...
So Naori sealed away.
So in other words, collecting all that magical energy was pretty much the fuck up. Now we just need to figure out why the hell they thought they needed all this shit. It could have just been the idea of, you know, scientific progress being unchecked. You know, like the idea of like, well, obviously very inhumane, but you know what I mean? Like the contrast there, right? Of doing science that we've deemed not really worth doing. And by worth, I mean, you know, what's the word for that? Unethical? There we go. So, yeah, we're looking at something akin to that, basically. But who? The Renin hierarchy seems to end with the Lords and the Sovereign. So there's something going on there. I'm curious. I hope they show it. I hope it doesn't get left like as like some weird aside that doesn't matter.
Hey, the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Shion. It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony and Naori's attempt to stop Oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it, and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories
Is the reason for your curse.
the thorns.
It all leads back to them. But once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream that such a thing could be possible. No, the truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack, embracing everyone. All the normal things that people do together. I always wished I could experience them for myself and finally know what they were like. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out in the end, and...
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live a normal life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead. And it's for my sake. So I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
Latest maiden. Solid. Ooh, she can learn Revitalize. Yeah, sure, why not? We're saving up for that. Other icons changed too. It's kind of cool. I definitely like Shion's outfit. I don't know if I like outfits. More crit. Why not? Grilled raw pig. Sodale Arthalis? A sword given. I'm not even pretending I said that correct. A sword given to the chosen sovereign that draws out all their latent power as to carry out the spirit channeling ceremony. Gom Arthalis. Ceremonial garb given to the chosen sovereign, granting them the endurance to withstand the immense power of the spirit channeling ceremony. Laaz Fire Quiz? Something like that. Ceremonial garb given to the chosen maiden capable of interfering with astral energy. It's worn to contain the sovereign's power. Oh, it auto-equipped it for me. Chill. I kind of like this. I like this pause screen a bit more than the last. It makes Elfin look a lot more stoic. I feel like the previous one, they kind of messed up Elfin's face and his hair looked a bit too out there. And this one really paints him in a better picture, in my opinion. And Xion just looks fed up. She's like, fuck.
Sounds like this Naori chick had quite the big heart.
Her position demanded nothing less. From the sound of things, she didn't focus on differences, least of all those between Renans and Danans.
Yeah. It was Naori who first showed me that such a thing was even possible. And then she saved my life by sending me back home to Dana.
Not only that, but she willingly stayed behind on Lenegis for the sake of her people. It sounds like she was quite the hero, all right. A truly caring person.
It's as if walls meant nothing to her. The ones separating the Renans from the Danans, or herself from others. She had no need for them.
Which basically meant that she never had anything to break down in the first place, huh? Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
You inherited that legacy. Her wish for the world.
Don't I know it?
She's kind of like a lodestar guiding our way, showing us what we can aspire to.
This is where the Renaissance was sent 300 years ago. Now it gives off a trace of power. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Alvin's new outfit, but, well, we'll stick with it for a bit. I'm sure. Okay, so this is the way to go. Sword looks kind of cool. It's definitely a tad interesting looking. Alright. More teleporting.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
Yeah, really.
This is it, guys. Time to see what secrets are in store.
I mean, it's magic armor, so I mean, and it was meant for a ceremony. So that kind of makes sense. I hate this gun. I hate it so much. Fuck. All right.
We're a long way from the residential quarters now. It looks completely different.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, this place, it reminds me more of being back inside the wedge.
Except the Danon astral energy feels even stronger here.
In a portion of the city reserved purely for the Renin Sovereign.
Maybe he just has strange tastes?
This place looks like it has been here for quite some time now. If its design were a matter of personal preference, we would be talking from centuries ago. Or perhaps even further back. Still, this isn't the sort of decadence of taste spoken of in artistic circles. So what is it then?
Hold up, decadence? Artistic circles?
When a preference is indulged to its extreme, it descends into kitsch, eccentricity for the sake of it. I'd be happy to illuminate you further.
That depends. Does it involve you buying me lunch?
The void that art fills isn't the stomach, it's the soul.
In that case, I'll let you know the next time my soul starts to rumble.
Now all we need is something to fill up the void inside your head.
Shut up!
Something is definitely ahead of us.
Volron! He really was still alive.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait, though. Something doesn't seem right here.
Once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself, reduced to a mere cog in a machine.
Hey, look! Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion.
Sounds to me like the summoned spirits are looking for a
Regardless,
scorched earth policy here.
We cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy.
They're the only people I can think of as potential antagonists
That said,
here.
we should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alphen, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible? What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't be. Are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
Potentially, that would explain a lot. We're gonna hope our sword cuts
They're
them.
not feeling particularly talkative.
It's no use, Alphen. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting ducks here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand. Dragon Swarm! Take this!
Confiscated!
Dragon Swarm!
Illuminate the
Crash you!
Holy terror!
Take this! Ignite!
Holy land!
Dragon Swarm!
Stay! Just
Vacuum
wait!
Blade!
Leave the chargers!
A whirling frickin' does it!
Take this!
Winds of heaven!
Move
I could do this all day.
Open! Hear me!
There!
Flame of fury!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Dragon shell!
These things are tanky. What level are we? Is there a bit of a low level?
Dragon form! There! Come on, roll now!
It's on!
I'll tear you apart!
Here, let me help.
Raging storm!
Dragon blast! Ready and ready!
Field! Illuminate the way!
Devastation!
Come forth! Holy Grail! Annihilation!
Giant hurricane!
Annihilation!
Here, burn!
Hard celestial!
Severing wind! I'll burn it all!
Oh, this will do some good damage.
Flaming pillar! Fire! Take this! I'm not done! Lunar Rondo! You picked the wrong fight!
More for the steering flame! Reload!
Rising Falcon!
Hear me!
Blood on it!
Fury! This one's mine! Photon! Illuminate
Be
the dark!
still!
Come forth! Holy
Move
Grail!
it!
Holy land!
Soaring Light Spear!
Inferno point!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy
The
land!
flame
see what I can
inside yearns to be
Holy
let
land!
free! Try harder!
Another arrow!
You're mine!
First aid!
Dragon Swarm!
Rip and kick!
I'm on a roll now! Eagle assault!
Thunder field! Power of flame!
Be still! Stardust!
I could do this all day!
A whirling shovel! Winds of heaven! This is what my
Dragon Swarm!
Rise and shine!
I could do this all day!
I'm going to need to use all the power to accomplish.
Not today!
Powered hurricane!
You're mine!
Eagle Swarm! Rise and
I'm on a
shine!
roll now!
More for the south
There!
I'll heal you all!
Go away!
More with that I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing. Here's a healing art! Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy Grail!
Okay, they share health.
Megasonic Thrust! Vacuum Blade!
If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Can't get out of this!
Great annihilation!
Dragon Swarm!
Healing art!
Crack it done!
No escape! Severing wind!
Do this all day!
Soaring Light Spear! Lunar Rondo! Stardust! Dragon Swarm!
Sleep now! I'll be saving this!
Try harder! You're mine!
Illuminate the dark! Magic
Dragon
is
Swarm!
Holy
The flame
land!
is high! Can't move!
I was not dodging at the right interval. Oopsies.
There you are! Just what I Wonderful! See Flame of fury!
Take this!
Spear!
Megasonic Thrust!
I never miss!
Ignite!
More with that!
Soaring Light Spear! Here and now! Void Blast!
Holy land! Here's evil!
Here! Rising Falcon!
I'll smash you!
Dragon Swarm!
I'm just
Vacuum Blade! Lightning Thrust!
Glacial spear! Here's evil! Dance in the wind! A whirling struggle! Winds of
Should've
heaven!
messed with me.
I'll heal you all!
I could... It was nice.
Seal! Healing circle! I'll be saving this one!
Ignite!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Glacial winds of heaven! First force! Quick snap!
Now I'm in the groove.
Dance in the wind! Seal!
Try harder! My turn! Can't
Damn
move!
it.
You are gonna pay for that!
If it's in the sky, it's
I'm
mine!
not done!
Super swallow dance!
Vacuum Blade!
Talon hurricane!
Be still!
Still got some
Eagle
angles.
dive!
Lunar Rondo!
Healing
Soaring
Shadow!
Light Spear! Rising Falcon! You'll finish!
This one's
Wind!
mine! Dance in the wind!
Take this!
Air
I'm not done!
Good in!
Rising Mountain!
Now,
Water, here I come!
You're finished!
Red!
Take this! You picked the wrong fight!
Burning strike!
Dragon
Hear
Form!
my call! Eat this! What's this?
There!
Flame of fury! Burning
still!
strike! Tempest wave!
Lunar Rojo! Here I come! I'm not done!
Ice Prison!
Rising Falcon! No escape!
I can carve through armor!
Dragon
Dead
Form!
now!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Here's a healing arm! First aid!
Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
Do you think it's really over?
Astral energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve!
What?
It's self-destructed?
Alphen!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Who said you could touch that?
Who's gonna stop me? You, Mr. Chained Up asshole?
Damn it! He's awake!
I should have thought as much.
So you know this place?
Naturally, it was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart.
Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me?
You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
Do it, Shion. Fucking do it.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
God, I hate that gun. I fucking hate it so much.
Really, is that what you think?
Just... Why not just shoot him? Take him out.
Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Yes?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alf, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Then you mean Boron was kidnapped just like Alphen? But then he became a...
A slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
So he posed as a Renin and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renan and Dana are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters.
I mean, they already know we went
Stand
insane.
above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
No touchy.
A red woman?
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
But didn't they make you in the first place, Voron?
Don't do it!
Serenus Alma!
It's too late. You can't stay here.
We need to go. Alfred!
Yeah. Vaughn basically decided that's where he wanted to stay. Good old Michael Bay explosion in the background.
Go. But know I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Let's go.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything. Who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am.
Are you two okay?
Yeah. We'll be fine.
Is Volron... Have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers in Faria in a trance?
What, those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renus Alma. Damn it, that's the second time now!
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. And right now, those things are what's standing in our way. We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the Renus Alma in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dana. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
But seriously, I was not expecting Volron to actually be here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Brennans or Danans.
Yeah, and not in a good way like with us.
Yeah, really. There comes a point in time where equality does have a negative side of it, you know. Everyone dies, motherfucker. Woo! Just doing a quick check, go over some things real quick. Alright, I think it might be break time. But we'll go through this first.
I didn't see that coming about Volron. As for those red women, to think they were monsters all along.
Tell me about it. One minute they look perfectly human. Next thing you know, they're not actually human at all.
They definitely weren't Renan or Danon. I'm not even sure language would get through to them.
So what were they then? Human Zoogle hybrids?
Is the most terrifying thing anyone said all day?
How about you, Shion? Doily? You ever seen anything like that before?
No, never. However, if they're the same as the Red Woman we've seen with Volron, I think it's safe for us to assume they understand our language at the very least.
I had just so much I wanted to ask them. About Rena, and Shion's thorns.
Unfortunately, they blew themselves up before we got the chance. Why would they do such a thing, though? To take us with them? Or in order to keep something hidden?
Both sound plausible to my ears. They took off with the Renis Alma too, remember?
Yeah, they did. And the next time we meet them, we're going to make sure they tell us everything they know.
They may understand us, but I have my doubts about them being able to speak. Yeah, I guess my takeaway from this, though, is that I'm curious now, because the only time in the past that I can think of that we've had something that isn't human as an antagonist in the Tales of games was when it was either, I guess, never really a god, so to speak, in like the general terms. Although I think Eternia, that's how it went. So yeah, I guess that was a thing. But more to that though is the summoned spirits being kind of like a thing, and usually they're not like the main antagonist. So I'm curious, is this just going to be Shadow who wants to take out humanity for some reason? And he's been manipulating a portion of it to do it for him? Perhaps? Because he's the only summoned spirit we haven't... Well, him and Rem. We haven't seen them yet. We've seen Efreet. We saw... Well, we didn't see Gnome, but we know Gnome exists. We saw Sylph. And we saw Udini mentioned. Celsius was mentioned as well, but I don't know if that matters. I don't think they're actually in the game. I think it's just a reference. Which leaves Rem, the summoned spirit of light, and Shadow, the summoned spirit of dark, left to find. I'm assuming Shadow is somewhere on Rena, and I'm assuming Rem is probably at the end of the bonus dungeon, probably. That's my guess at the moment. We'll see. I don't know. But I'm curious. There's a lot to be asked here, and I'm interested to see. That said, though, I'm gonna take a quick break, 5-10 minutes, give or take. Yeah, and we'll see how far we get tonight before I gonna pass out, or start to get tired rather. I'm not certain what the next few days are gonna look like now that I'm thinking about it. We'll definitely stream today, obviously, and tomorrow. But it's looking like for the foreseeable future, we may have a bit of a lull in streams. And assuming I'm perfect, maybe I'll be perfectly fine when I get my shot. But if I'm sick, I might be out for a couple days. And I was thinking of taking Wednesday, Thursday off to just chill. Because I do get really sick, I can at least say that I had some moment for it. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I won't. Maybe I will. Guess that'll be something I'll have to figure out tomorrow, or more specifically on Wednesday. But regardless, we'll play tonight and tomorrow for certain. And hopefully, I mean, I think we're close enough. We could probably beat the game in 2 days, potentially. Maybe not, but maybe. Yeah. Either way, I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. I think I was gone a bit longer than I meant to be. As I was coming back, I used the washroom house, so my bad. I was gone like 2 extra minutes than I meant to be. Something like that. That's alright. Checking Discord, see if I'm getting any messages. I did, but I don't know what the message is. Alright. Wasn't directed at me, it was just attack. I had to join a couple Discords lately that tend to do a lot of attacks. I might have to restrict instead of at everyone's, maybe at here's only. I don't know, something akin to that. So what is the ultimate plan here? We have to go to Rena, but how the fuck are we gonna do that? You can't teleport yet either. So they want us to run back. There's a reason to run back, it would seem. Cool. Actually, just in case that was planned, I would not put that past the game. Oh, you know, by the time they return, that'll be back up. We could put a bus at the end of the maintenance basically. I don't know. That was incredibly well executed. I'm going to pat myself on the back for that one.
Dragon Swarm! Glacial Spear! Megasonic Thrust! What's this? Freeze Lancer! Lightning Thrust! Lunar Robo! Burn! Dragon Swarm! Do it! Astral Energy!
Say no more!
I'm ready for the next battle.
That's right. This way has some ore we can collect. Regenerative crystal. That's new.
Right, here goes! Dragon Swarm!
Mega Ray! I never miss!
Take this!
Here I come!
Magic is a show you with Rise and shine!
Just learn a new power.
Thunder away!
Blade!
Dragon Swarm!
Oh! Now I'm real mad!
Wind! First strike! Rondo! Rising Falcon! No escape!
I'll finish you here and now! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! I'm on it!
Kisara, frozen!
Hammer!
Damn it! Too back!
Stand back. I'll trip it up. Can't get out of this.
There!
Megasonic thrust! Vacuum blade!
Heal Force!
Dragon Swarm!
Mega Ray! Photon
Eternal devastation! Lunar Rondo! Soaring Light Sphere! Strike! Rising Falcon! Strike!
No! I won't
Picked the
give
wrong
in!
fight!
I'm going to
That
heal.
missed.
Power of my
Take this! I'm on it! No further!
Vacuum blade! Dragon Swarm!
Do it!
Vacuum blade! Here I come! I'm not done!
Do it! Astral energy!
Say no more. Hey, I'm pretty lucky.
Well, if we need ore, we now are pretty stacked. I really should upgrade Shion's accessory as well as Law's, but we can worry with it later. I'm glad the Manti are not here anymore. Just fucking kidding. Actually, this one we can avoid. They're just annoying to fight. Very long fights. I also don't think we need the EXP all that badly.
What the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone? Doe?
You two.
Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
She doesn't remember a thing, so she really was being controlled.
He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegus is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration's still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Ooh, shit. I didn't think
Are
you'd
you
explain
out of
it
your
all.
mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd...
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegis from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed
Well, you have
on
to have a
discontent
sovereign
and
right there.
unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
At ease? Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust.
William?
That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegis right now?
Lenegis wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah. Very well then. Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegis. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Eldaman and Sia.
Look, up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid. As people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegis, not the Lords and Sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among many. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
Oh, that was perfect timing.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing. Was it true?
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
It's funny how he didn't want to become a sovereign.
You can't be serious.
Or a lord, and now he's going to become their leader.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return.
Ah, and he's taking it without a fuss.
Not as your sovereign, nor as a leader, the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegis, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things. Things like, oh, I don't know, musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. but I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept turn against death. To see a future.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegus till you get back.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegus who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits.
I do like these collections of scenes. It just is a bit much to have back to back to back, right? Nice. I think that is the best one to give him. Improved healing arts would be good too, because that would actually allow him to probably match Xion a little bit better. Ground Dasher is always a good move.
Looks like the people of Lenegus can rest easy.
I couldn't have done it without your words of encouragement, Law.
Hey, you're the one who made the speech.
I think everybody can share the credit here.
In one sense, when all is said and done, perhaps I have been a slave this whole time too.
You, a Renan Lord? How do you figure that exactly?
I was complicit in the Renan system, bound by its values, resigned to being swept along, without the resolve to take a stand. And when I realized the severity of my mistake, all I longed for was punishment. A lord. And yet my first instinct was to place my fate in the hands of others.
I think I can relate. I couldn't stand watching my people bow and scrape their way through life, but I didn't know what else I could do about it either. The ability to think for yourself and be your own master. That's what separates a slave from a free person. At least, that's what Law's dad Zephyr used to say. Zephyr taught me how to fight. But in doing so, he also taught me how to live.
Even if it means stumbling along the way. If it's on a road of our own choosing, free of regret. Why, that's the road of freedom. Or, to put it another way, so long as his heart is compromised, even the loftiest of kings is no freer than a slave. I think I finally understand now. This Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise man indeed. I only wish I could have met him.
There's just so much I wish I could ask him, especially now. I wonder, have I been correctly carrying on the torch that he passed to me?
I'm glad that Zephyr continues to be a pillar long after his departure from the story. Honestly, makes the way that they handled his death way better than like 90% of character death.
How long have you known?
Known what?
About the darkness I carry inside me. You seem to have been aware of it for quite some time now.
Why ask me now? What does it matter? But yes, I have. I've pretty much known that something was gnawing at you ever since we left Menancia.
So basically since the very start of our journey then. Just when I thought I couldn't feel more ashamed.
Leave the past where it belongs. We have no need for it now. You're forging ahead. That's what matters. If my brother could see you, he'd be proud.
Not as proud as he would be of his sister, I'm sure.
Well then, just as well it's not a competition, huh?
Kisara? Anyone at home in there?
Sorry. Did I look distracted?
Among other things. To be entirely honest, I couldn't tell whether you were smiling or frowning.
You were thinking about Dohalim, weren't you?
That obvious, huh? I was just thinking how good it is to see him moving forward at last. It was always so infuriating, knowing how capable he could be if he just put his mind to it. A prisoner trapped in a cage of his own self-doubt. But now, he's finally beginning to spread his wings. I'm happy for him.
So, then why do you look so sad?
Oh, I don't know if I'd say sad. There's a bittersweetness to it, I guess. It's good and strange, knowing that he won't be needing me anymore. It probably sounds weird, doesn't it? I have this massive worry off my mind. I should be jumping up and down for joy, right?
Must be that maternal instinct of yours at work.
Rinwell's right. You're like a mother bird, finally letting go as her child takes his first shaking and nervous flight from the nest.
A pretty big child.
That's one way to look at it. I wouldn't like to see Dohalim's face if he heard you say that. All this has made me realize I can't allow myself to become a prisoner of my own making like he was. If Dohalim can forge his own path ahead, then I can too. I won't be left behind.
Good. Alright. We have things we can do. Namely,
What do
acquire
you say we check back in on the ranch?
better equipment. Or... that looks way better. Yeah, that's enough to make like 2 more. But I would like to be able to do a bit more than that. Alright, well that's a bit better. We're still gonna need a bit more. I think that'll be fine. Perfect. Everybody is equipped. Okay. I have an idea, but we need some money. So our plan here is to find one with like really good attack stat on it. Like we want an attack 60 basically. What is alertness? Not bad. That's big. So we want to level up this one. Damage dealt from arts that consume all AG. That doesn't sound good. That sounds like something that'd be really hard to do. Here's an attack 60. I think that's all we need. So let's enhance them. So we want the glutton for battle. Ooh, actually that would be really cool. Oh, that's just the base thing on that, I see. Where's our threes? We can go to our threes. Alright, we need that 60. There it is. Yeah, we can literally just get rid of all of our ones. Probably our twos. I don't think there's literally anything we can get from twos. Actually, we kind of have to do that. we go. Now we have a very good emblem. Oh, that's beefy. That's actually like really good. We could make that better, for certain. In fact, can we transfer to it? Anything that might be good for her? No. We'd have to make another one, but we happen to be a little bit out of gold at the moment, so that's fine.
Have you guys checked your equipment?
Look at our attack now. Yum, dude. Big yum. Because that 60 attack is also further increased by the plus 15 attack percent. But now once we're in battle, we're gonna get another 5% for each enemy on the field. So blessed. And this is already a massive increase just due to the fact that it's so 400 HP is good because Shion dying sucks. It just sucks. 20 elemental attack would be nice to upgrade to like 60 at some point. But yeah, she uses a lot of elemental attack. But the big thing is this is item drop rate, but now we get rare drop rate large as well. That's so big. That's so big. Now we just need to give him a better Pierce emblem, which I think we could do.
Lately?
Let's look and see if there's anything. We could maybe sell a little bit more if we needed to. Oh no. We need the money to look. Alright, fine. You forced my hand, game. You really don't need these anymore. Or these for that matter. We'll keep enough around just in case we need to make like something with them. But because I think farming them is actually kind of annoying now. But. Nah, that's alright. Is there anything else I can get him that would be worth it? Honestly. Swift ring would be cool. Oh, wait a minute. Let's do this. It'll make him like get deleted by magic, but he will crit all the time. He already dies a lot, so is it really gonna matter? Fuck it, let's do it. Okay, so we gotta be careful with what we use here. Because level 3s can still be leveled up for potentially good buffs. Like the 15% fire damage is not bad. We don't care about that damage. Water damage isn't bad, but we won't worry about it. Dark damage is not something we worry about. We only have one person who can even use dark attacks, and he uses them like 20, maybe like 10, 20% of the time. Not worth it. Smackdown's fine. Actually, that's not good. Yeah, that's good to get rid of. That's fine. We'll definitely want to remove elemental attack for attack 60 at some point, but I don't know if we're ever going to want to put more Smackdowns down, but just keeping them around in case. Yeah, we'll get to that. We want more. Yeah. Right. Again, we can transfer.
I'd like to check their wares, if you don't mind.
We can start transferring skills to them later. Oh man, he loses a lot of resistance. Magic is... Actually, I don't even know what resistance does off the top of my head. I'm assuming it's like more of like the resistant to like crit hits, but I don't know. I'm sure if he starts dying, like if I start seeing him get one shot by like anything and everything, we might reel back on this a bit. But look at his stats. Big yum, dude. That penetration is huge. And he's gonna get a fair bit of use of the AG recovery, but even though I'll probably eventually get rid of it. Considering I don't think we need it. I mean, his AG is gonna damn near instantly recharge versus us using boost strikes to charge it anyways. So it's never gonna matter, but we need more ore anyways. We can't level the shit up right now. Speaking of, we can always return to go back for the ore here. It's like really easy shit. Okay, so we're probably gonna take our ship back, huh? Yeah, we don't need... I mean, we may eventually come back here. Are we gonna remember it's there? Yeah, pretty certain we can fast travel here as well.
I thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renaissance. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What?
Hey, ladies, move out of the way. You're gonna get hit by the ship. That's dangerous. Uh-oh. They're painting our ship purple. How dare they? Oh, never mind. They weren't painting at all. Oh, that's one way of giving us a game over, I guess. Just you hear the Dark Souls death sound. You're like, oh, fuck.
Damn! The hell just happened?
Stopping things.
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
I'm looking. Oh. Oh boy. Rena's not much of a planet, as it would seem. Uh-oh, that's not good. Thought things couldn't get any worse. Well, that would explain why Renan technology includes guns on its ships.
Blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
A flower of oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
Until our food stores run out. Give or take about 2 weeks to a month afterwards.
We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down.
We brought lots of food with us.
Here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
We're moving a tad fast, don't you think? What is that? It doesn't look like Lenegis.
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
So, does that make the Renans aliens? Or was their homeworld obliterated at one point? And that's why they moved to a space station.
Ah, Shion, just in the nick of time. Here, lend me a hand while I...
No!
What the... Oh, right. The thorns. My bad.
No, I'm the one who should apologize. I overreacted.
Again, Law? Can't you even go a minute without putting your foot in your mouth?
Seriously, it's fine. I'd rather that than people feeling like they're walking on eggshells around me. Besides, I'm the one who should be vigilant about not touching you guys, not the other way around.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask. Not being able to touch people, does it ever get lonely sometimes?
I guess I never really thought
Out of
about it in
context,
those
this
terms.
is a very odd
either
conversation.
accept it for what it was or come undone. Before long, it was just part of my everyday reality. I think I even forgot there was another way to live. Which isn't to say I didn't feel alone. I did. Always.
So numb to your reality, you couldn't even recognize it as loneliness? I don't know how you managed.
It's fine. I know I'm not alone anymore.
But I can't even touch you. No way of lending you a shoulder when you're down? Even Alphen.
I appreciate the concern. Until I get rid of these thorns, I guess I'll have to put up with it just a little longer. But not forever. Alphen promised me that. Maybe it'll be soon, maybe it won't be. But either way, the day will come. And I'll be ready when it does.
Yeah, just hang in there. One day, we'll share a big warm hug. You'll see. I promise.
Boo! Ah! What the? Are you out of your mind? This isn't the time for games, Rinwell!
Oh, come on. How am I supposed to resist with you looking all jittery like that?
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate to the situation. You ought to try it sometime.
Yeah, but seeing you act all nervous, you're making me start to feel nervous too.
Oh, sorry.
Staying alert is important, but too much caution can cloud your judgment. Try to strike a balance.
It's true.
I still can't get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dana, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue. It's so surreal. It looks like a broken egg or something.
Rena and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens.
And there's just
But
reveal
to
after
think that
reveal.
they lied
God
to us
damn.
not only about the Sovereign and the crown contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Dohalim.
Okay, who's the wise guy that summoned us here?
Someone formidable enough to bring our starship along with us.
They must be here somewhere. Let's find them.
Curious about that too.
That beam of light joining Dana and Rena. It was the Renan side that it first came from, right?
If they saw us as a threat by now, wouldn't they have
That's
deleted
what
us?
it looked like. And then the Danon side responded.
Perhaps it was some kind of directive from the Renan homeworld? To reawaken the Wedge and Lenegis?
Which would mean that whoever's behind all this is on Rena after all. But what are they after? Is it really worth going through all this trouble just to steal Dana's energy?
Try to stay calm. With so many factors we don't understand, dwelling on it won't get us anywhere. What is it?
No, it's just... Zephyr once told me the same thing. So much for me making progress, huh?
You made it this far, didn't you? You notice something, you change it. That's all anyone can do. But you can't stand still in the meantime.
All right. So definitely the same kind of tech as Lenegis. Oh, I didn't think it was gonna let me do that. It looks like this is where it wants me to be, though. Oh, okay. I just guessed right. It's kind of funny. That looks interesting.
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that?
It's one of the Red Woman's true forms?
It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
Don't think so. It's still in the thing. The shield just moved.
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh goody, more riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helganquil. The Red Women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helganquil?
You are on Dake Phasol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's Great Spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this Great Spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it, without question, throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this Great Spirit be the true Sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this Great Spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegus. If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrect 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's Great Spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegus are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy. And the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed. And it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegis was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renaissalma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renaissalma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrecht 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
I guess him gaining his free will, giving him some
But what could someone like you want us
reasonability?
to?
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
Ah, I thought as much.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegis has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Phasal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
Curious what he meant by that. Seems to manage Hevrecht 35's condition. Lots of vital signs, stats are displayed. So, is Rem gonna be the one behind it all?
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To be honest, the conversation went
Rem
on
and
for
Shadow
so
are
long,
generally considered
I'm not
great
sure I
spirits.
understood all of it. How about you,
So.
Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renan Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dana, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana completely destroyed.
But why? astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dana.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns me. How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renans? How do they factor into all this?
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevric 35 never even brought up the Renans once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out.
So in other words, in this rendition of in this tale, see what I did there? Sorry. In this game, the spirits are considered a cosmic body of sorts, I would assume. And they represent forces, or well, what this universe would consider forces of nature. And so one of them, those such spirits, is pretty much on like a consumption bender, where the more astral energy they consume, the stronger they become. And since they're not human, nor are they realistically probably capable of seeing what we are, I made the joke about Cthulhu earlier, but that literally is probably the fucking point. Obviously just not in a cosmic horror way, right? Like not the, scratch the horror bit out and then you got, yeah, cosmic nature. It's I think they're literally going to lean into the idea of, there's a word for it, and I forget what it is. It's a scientific theory that based on levels of progression, looking back, it's based on the idea of us looking back on human beings during like the caveman era, right? We look back and we think, those dumb cavemen. But, cavemen were probably realistically, I mean, sure, you could argue, development of like brain such and stuff would have been different, years and years and years ago. So yeah, sure, intelligence in its purest form probably would have been different throughout the eras. But perception-wise is the real issue, right? Is we look back on things of old and think, LOL, look at those dumb nerds. As the kids would say. No, I'm sorry. But yeah, so it's like, would an alien that, just to put it in numerical terms, that's like, I don't know, 20, 40, 1,000% above us, would they look back on us the same way we look back on cavemen? A lot of people believe they would, but I actually have another theory, and I feel like my theory might be based in a bit more logic than that one. I mean, obviously, I'm not a scientist. I don't know the full theory. It's not like I've read any researches or reports or papers or whatever on this subject. So there could be a lot more to this than I'm aware, and maybe there is, explanations that are based in what I'm about to say. So not to discredit anybody or to say I'm smarter than everybody or anything like that. But the way I see it, at least, right, is when I looked at that kind of thing, I think, sure, in a very large numerical sense, thousands of percentage above us, sure, maybe. At that point, it's hard to fathom, right? But in a much smaller sense, like in like the hundreds of percents or the tens of percents, I think that they would look at us and they would instead of looking at us as lesser, unless they're very arrogant, but like in a purely progress standpoint, I think they would more or less look at us as being, just not as caught up. I think because the further along you go, if we're to also assume that you become more intelligent, right? As a collective being, body, race of beings, species of beings, whatever, we get more intelligent. They would be able to look back at us and think, oh, okay, we're just more advanced than them, but not necessarily look back at us like we're cavemen. They're like, okay, well, they're still functioning and doing things. They're just not as efficient as us, so on and so forth, right? However that might end up being looked at. I think that would probably be the more likely of the case. Although I am still looking at it from a human aspect. Who the fuck knows how aliens would end up being? You know, maybe they've got like super arrogance where they are always better than everyone, no matter what. They could even be behind us at that point, and it wouldn't matter. But again, speaking strictly on that one prospect, there's room for. I mean, I think that's the point of the theory, right? Is it's like it's ultimately estimates, right? Educated guesses based on evidence and data and so on and so on and so on. It's never meant to be, this is how it'll be. I think that's what a law is supposed to be, right? Like, you can't really argue gravity. That's why it's a law. But you can argue how aliens might actually perceive us if they were to, you know, show up. These are Dake Fazal construction plans showing a central elevator shaft in multiple circular areas. Interesting. Anyways, point of all that, though, is I kind of like where this is going. It's actually a lot more different than any Tales game I can recall. I honestly don't think we've ever had I mean, I guess to go through it, on one hand, Tales games have tackled the two-world idea. A lot. In fact, you got Eternia, you've got Destiny, you've got, technically Abyss to some extent, very, very little, but it does kind of cross over into that a little bit. You've got, those are three that come to mind. I think there's more. Anyways, yeah, but like, point is, this is not new for the Tales series, for them to tackle it, right? But what is new is the way they're doing it. I don't think we've ever had anything that's like super high tech like this. Like, we've had Magitech and the like, and more modern Tales games. Those do exist. But I don't think we've ever had anything that ventures into the sci-fi aspect of things. I really don't think we do. I mean, if I'm wrong, if someone knows more than I do, because again, I've played a handful or a large chunk of the series, just not all of it, right? For all I know, Zillia could be based in something like this, the one that I haven't even touched at all, right? Although I think Graces does touch on sci-fi a little bit, just not nearly. It's more like Star Ocean, in that it's like an implied thing that you get to see once or twice, and then the rest of it's just pretty much high fantasy. I'm sure I haven't played all the Star Ocean games either, in all fairness, so. But I think the one that I played all the way through was 2, Star Ocean 2, for the PSP, I want to say. Anyways, what's this? It measures actual energy fluctuations in Donna and... Oh, I thought it said Kenna at first. I'm like, what? Typo? Nope, just brain not reading correctly. No worries there. So just more data to look at then, nothing major. Yeah, anyways, though, I don't know. I like this, though. I think it's refreshing when a story is able to... I mean, I talked about it last time. The evolution of the storytelling, it's very apparent, and I like that.
Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
This raises some questions.
Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What?
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevrecht 35 when he mentioned that overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
Potentially.
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
Have you guys lived up here in Dag Fazel with Hevrecht 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrecht 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The
So it's been kept from
Helganquil
them too.
have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
We already knew
Which
that.
would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
Nope. I bet
I
not.
haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevrecht 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead. Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions.
I get they're just civilians, but they're taking this lying down a little bit too much for my liking, personally. Appears to maintain constant monitoring to ensure nothing approaches Dag Fazel. God, I hope we get to hear the motivations straight from the mouth of the Great Spirit. I really do.
Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquil.
You mean the Overseer's species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell,
The Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquil.
Yeah, I figured something like that might be up, but I wasn't certain.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't, but there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language, people of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Danans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Danans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use astral arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries.
They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and—
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while.
Nope. We have one more revelation, I think. Probably a lot more, really.
Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner! However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans in Helganquil that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana, and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contest began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Hevrecht 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
That's a fair point too, yeah.
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
I gotta say one thing I want to mention before we continue. I think the reason why I was less inclined to think, like, obviously the thought crossed my mind at some point. I was like, oh, hey, you know, Renans are humans. There's a chance that they are from Donna. You know, like, you know, that thought did cross my mind. I was like, why do they need Lennigus? That doesn't really make much sense. I was like, but whatever, you know what? We've had Eternia. Eternia was the only one of the three that I mentioned earlier, where both planets were directly inhabited. So in my mind, I was thinking, oh, it's probably just gonna be another Celestia bit, where humans kind of reside in both worlds, and they were probably connected at one point, but now that one lords over the other, that's not the case anymore. Right? That's just where my brain was like, okay, it's probably something akin to that. So my preconceived notions kind of failed me on that one. But no, I don't know. That's really interesting.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Danans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Danans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over before we decide on our next move?
I don't know if we have that kind of time.
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds too.
Sounds good. Let's go find them.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot. Everything we thought we knew, it was all just a fabrication that the Red Women, no, that the Helganquil made up.
Right. Assuming we can believe anything that Hevrek 35 has told us, that is.
Well, if the names are anything to go by, it's possible the Helganquil could be behind the fruits of Helgen too.
But if Hevrek 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie, does that mean everything we've done up until now has been pointless?
No, I don't think so. Or at least I hope not. I think it just means we've lost our foothold for now. That's all.
Really? Well then, if we've lost it, I guess we'll just have to find another. All of us together. And if we can't find one, then we'll make a new one. End of story.
Make one, huh? I see. Right then. Count me in.
Yeah, it's gonna be a case of, I don't think we need to do it. I meant to cancel and not cook, but that's okay. What happened to him that he needs healing? Bema collapsed again and helped me back up. Well, I appreciate it. Thanks to you, I can continue to go on about my research. Curious what's up here. This is like the backside. Oh no, it isn't. Oh, we're just way further away than I thought we were. There's a lot more humans here than I thought. There would be.
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Dan and mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Danans again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dana anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Danans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down. And there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
As well.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Yeah. I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Danan and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Rinwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dana's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Now that you mention it, Everett 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dana's still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans and the Great Spirit and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster. but with a mind and will of its own.
Basically,
But if
yeah.
that thing's hell-bent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it. As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Danans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So, to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is, well, I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helganquil and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Danan is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Danans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Danans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
Hey, Isha.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
Yeah, I mentioned it was like, okay, that's a bit of a cop-out, but I was like, whatever, it's just clothes. I was like, I'm not certain I like how they handled that, but I'm like, whatever. Yeah, exactly. I think it would have been cooler if they found the clothes instead of doing it the way they did. It was one of those moments where like it's definitely something they wanted to do, but they felt like they didn't have space to do it anywhere else. But I think they realistically should have just made the space, because it would have been a lot cooler if we like passed by a locker and like, I don't know, maybe he remembered and then Shion remembered it from the visions and they thought, fuck, why don't we just put this clothing on or something? Like that would have been way more natural, way more interesting. I don't know, but something akin to that too. Yeah, it would have been interesting. I just decided to leave it on for now. I do like Shion's outfit, but I don't like Elfin's at all. I think honestly the thing that is the most annoying to me is these stupid shoulder pads. That one's okay, but honestly, like, what good is a shoulder pad that only sits on on the arm? It's supposed to sit up on the shoulder and come down the arm. And then this one is the same issue, but it comes down his entire fucking arm, or that entire half of his arm. It's like, why? It's so I don't know. I much rather the design of his armor, I guess. Yeah, you like this? Doesn't it change from his armor? I mean, I think honestly, without the shoulder pads, I don't think it would be bad. I think that's literally just the one thing that like sticks out to me, though. It's just there, and it's hard to look past. Now, if he rolled up to like a fancy party in this, I wouldn't bat an eye. I'd be like, okay, hey, Alphen's looking cool. I think it is entirely probably also a perception of the fact that it's also something he's supposed to go into battle with. Now the sword. I think the sword looks pretty cool. It's not too flashy. It still has a bit of a fantasy aesthetic going on. I can dig that.
I still can't believe it, man.
Still looks
You're
unrealistic.
not the only
but,
one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
If that bothered
Did
me,
you
I wouldn't have
forget
played
what
Final
happened
Fantasy
back in
VII.
Thessaly? Once my memories started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
It was really that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody else, I remembered that I still had things out there worth fighting for.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act together?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad.
Story-wise, though,
running away from the truth.
I've been actually really enjoying this
no
progression.
way to live. And I've tried to stay
I like the
strong,
stuff that's happening right
my
now.
way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons, but I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's most important, what I really care about, all I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me, to fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah, I think it does.
Thank you, Daddy Elfin.
It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders. I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
He really did just talk to him like Zephyr would have. Oh, so actually, you guessed it. It was Sora and Smash. I wasn't super surprised to see it, but I was surprised to see that they didn't mention Disney at all. They didn't show Disney whatsoever, which confuses me a bit. Now, I think everything's only been speculation up till now on everything that's wrapped around Kingdom Hearts. A lot of people are like, oh, it's Disney owned. That's why it's locked in the Disney vault. No one's allowed to touch it but Square Enix. But I'm starting to wonder if that's entirely true. Obviously, Disney characters, that's true. I think that's like a pretty fair statement. Like you can't just use Mickey Mouse. In fact, to my understanding, Disney is literally the entire reason why copyright law works the way it does. Due to their lobbying over the like many decades they've existed. What's it called there though? Yeah, I'm curious then if Sora is more owned by Square Enix. If the original characters are more of a Square Enix property than they are a Disney one. Curious thought. I don't know. But either way though, I mean, I didn't see how he played. I'm sure he's overpowered as fuck. I mean, I think almost all the new characters generally are considered that way, but
apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, it's a rather elaborate one.
I'm also curious now. I mean, obviously it'll probably be a bit. I'm assuming like a year at the least. But like, I'm curious now what the plan is with Smash Bros. They can't let Smash Bros go. I mean, like, sure, Ultimate will probably go the route of Melee. It'll just be time immemorial. I think I said that wrong. Anyways, point. It'll last for forever. Right? So they could honestly ride it out on that. But there's a lot of money to be made. If they were to release a third DLC pass, people will buy it. Doesn't matter what it does to the game or the competitive scene or anything like that, and it will print them money. Obviously, the only reason they're not doing it is because they're giving the devs a break. Perhaps the devs don't want to, and they're respecting their feelings, you know, so on and so forth. Which is cool. I'm down with that. But I'm curious, after some time has passed, do we just get Super Smash Bros. Ultimate 2, whatever the hell that would be titled? But yeah. Or do we get DLC Pass 3? I don't know. A curious question, I think, but...
I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shion. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
To say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dana, right?
I might do
Correct.
that too, honestly.
Even
I
if
like
we
the
stop
armor,
the Great Spirit from
but
annihilating
change of
Dana,
pace is always nice.
our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
I do like the arena recolors too.
I
Not
guess
so
your
much
only
for
real choices
Elfin
at this
as much
point
as the rest
are
of them.
either
But...
stay on Lenegis or come down to Dana, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Danans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of
probably
our
a little
rule
more than that,
have absolutely
but yeah.
every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain
Change his hair?
determined.
Oh, do you get new
On that
hairstyles for him
note,
later? That'd be cool.
I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator so that the Renans can live on Dana peaceably. As the one and only Blazing Sword, I suspect the Danans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
He said it in the title.
You'll be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Danan society without any bloodshed. That is why.
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
Well, It sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
I do really like the Williams character.
What about you, Shion? How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dana. I mean, how could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquil's part in all this, it's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it before it was too late. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call is a mystery.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Danan, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too.
She may have had a slight idea.
I don't think she wanted the world to be saved, just so they could go back to hurting each other.
As they seemed.
Maybe this is what she meant.
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering. She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people, even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Shion. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in, and I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
Some good stuff.
Well, is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
Yes.
I am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dana's still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world, and it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Shion.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Shion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Shion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dana's pending destruction, then...
Shion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
I suppose that could make a bit of sense. Because my next question was going to be, how would the Great Spirit let something like this happen? Because it would have meant he would have been wiped
If
out
these
too,
thorns
no
really
less.
are a part of Rena's Great Spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorns connection thanks to Naori.
Hevric 35 has been observing the Great Astral Spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is.
In other words,
our minds are made up. Let's go give Hevric 35 our answer.
So if the Sovereign and Maiden were originally boot-up programs for Lenegis, what about now?
Even with the Forbidden Zone in ruins and the Renis Alma stolen, Lenegis is functioning fine. If it needed us before, it doesn't appear to now.
First they lumber you with a position you never asked for, then you're discarded like you're nothing? Who the hell do they think they are?
More importantly, who do they think we are? We might not even factor into their list of concerns.
I just hope everyone on Lenegis is safe.
Worst comes to
Disposable
worst, Lenegis
waste?
is equipped with a
I don't know.
large number of starships that people can
you
escape
can always
in.
ask Shadow when we
As
get
long
there.
as the whole satellite doesn't suddenly explode or something, they should be fine.
Wait, explode?
In any case, if we're truly going to make a difference, it's on Rena we're needed, not Lenegis. The people there will be fine, I'm sure of it.
Right.
At least I'm pretty certain it's Shadow we're about to go fight. It would be a bit weird if it were Rem. I suppose not entirely out of the question, but probably out of the question.
Do you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the Great Spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience, and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
Hit it with your sword?
By using the Renis Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renis Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
Okay, cool, but we're on hard mode.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die, that we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational.
That's...
Well, welcome to human beings,
it is
asshole.
vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make
explains a
Alphen's
bit more.
earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit.
In other words, we gotta kill it
That
twice.
is why it
Easy
is
peasy.
necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Yes.
Wait. Naori said that the Renis Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns could be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renis Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony. Considering that the Renis Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed, I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is
It's a
simply
good thing you
too
don't have
great.
to.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
Big ol' armchair general up
What
there,
you
huh?
say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renis Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renis Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Renis Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dana's astral energy.
Well, at least we know
So
where to
our
find
only
it.
option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Hevrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar, is all.
Hit him with that passive-aggressive comment, why don't you, Alphen? Jesus.
Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
I agree, though.
Excellent.
I do not like this guy at all.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us.
I don't think we're supposed to.
We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
The
Man,
truth.
Is it too much to ask for Hevrek 35 to talk like a normal person?
I
swear
think so.
I can feel my brain starting to fry after listening to all that complicated stuff.
Don't worry. I think we're mostly done with him. Now all we have to do is rest up and wait. Once the Fall Knights is good to go again, we'll be taking off for Rena right away.
So the question then becomes, is this the end? Am I about to beat the game? I mean, 72 hours isn't too bad.
Is the Renis Alma really our only hope against the Great Spirit? There has to be another way, right?
Shion's Fire Master Core was able to suppress astral energy to prevent it from gaining sentience, right? Couldn't we make use of that somehow?
I'm not sure. In small doses, maybe. And with the amount of energy we're talking about here.
Back in Calaglia, the Blazing Sword was able to take in a whole spirit vessel's worth of energy. If it has the capacity to manage that, it can do this, right?
Except after it absorbed the energy, it ended up releasing it all moments later, remember? Let's not forget, it nearly killed you. Besides, this is the Great Spirit we're talking about, not a paltry vessel. Even if I could use the Master Core, your body wouldn't be able to take the strain of channeling that much energy.
Hevrek 35 didn't mention it, and it did not seem the type to skimp on details. So assuming it's even possible, the chances are slim to none.
You're probably right.
And I hate it when you're right.
It'll take some time to completely repair your starship. I suggest that you all get some rest in the interim.
And so they did.
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am.
A little
but
tired,
not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have
How are
been
you
the
today,
same
Esther?
this whole time will only give the Danans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim.
Didn't they?
You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Danans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Danans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Oh, that's not good.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright. To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more. That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost. Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep
Sounds
in mind.
like quite the burden to put on a kid's
if you
shoulders.
ever need
Yeah,
a helping
geez.
hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you. Duh.
Nothing wrong with praising your kid, but I don't know
you
if I would put.
Never mind.
That's a mighty
Thank
tall
you,
pedestal.
Kisara. I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even
Yeah,
mention
exactly.
it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know, I hadn't actually thought of it that way before. But I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
Look at these two.
Hey, why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great
Hey,
Spirit
Box,
is
thanks for
true,
stopping by, man.
then
Hope
we're
you're doing
getting
well.
close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before, about whether Dana's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly,
That sounds
I
like they're
think you might have
projecting
been
really
onto
hard,
something.
SJ.
Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
But you really trust Dana's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it. But I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning, even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight. Then, when I felt Dana's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. so I'll trust it because you do.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You... what?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dana's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dana's will?
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dana's energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dana's astral energy inside us...
Yeah, maybe...
Everett 35 might know the answer.
Nah, I think you guys figured it out.
But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am now. Who I've become. So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me.
Ah.
To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will... well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind.
No, spit it out.
Nothing.
Don't be a
Just forget
coward.
about it.
Huh? No, what were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember
Come
saying
on.
anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were thinking?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
If this wasn't a Tails game. Come on, man. Tails games are notorious for doing that. Usually not this heavy. This is way heavier than I'm used to. Every single Tails game on the planet, to my knowledge, except for sequels. Sequels usually are a lot less. Sequels usually lean into it a lot more, because obviously if a character was destined to be with another character, it's kind of a given. Such as, I guess, quick cliff notes. Fantasia the Symphonia, it's heavily implied that Fantasia's main characters were supposed to be the descendants of the two main love interests from Symphonia. And Tales of Destiny 1 and 2, it's actually directly shown that the two love interests are literally married, have kids. Their kids are literally the protagonists, so on and so forth. But those aside, it's usually just heavily implied. Never ever shown. They don't even hold hands. They don't kiss. They don't even say, yo, I got this massive fucking crush on you, or yo, I love you, or anything like that. None of that bullshit. Well, sorry. You know what I mean? Like, none of that ever comes to pass. So honestly, the fact that they're showing interest the way they are in this is way more than we ever get. But it's still a giant tease. How dare they? How dare they? Anyways. Sorry, let me catch up with your chat real quick. Yeah, I think my point on that is, like, there's nothing wrong with, like, you know, lifting them up. But there's a very clear distinction, a difference for that matter, between raising up a kid's interests and their goals and their successful aspects, then there is saying that if you don't do this, you're going to be a fucking failure. You know, I mean, I assume I fucking hope she didn't say it that way. I hope it's all hyperbolic and she was much more reasonable. But I mean, that's wishful thinking. Who the fuck knows, right? But like, yeah, it's just one of those moments that, like, there's nothing. I don't know. There's something wrong about forcing a kid No, I know. I know that you're not exaggerating it or anything like that. It's just one of those moments where, like, in my head, it's like, please, fuck, please. Someone can't be that much of an asshole. But I know they exist. I know how bad it can get. So yeah, it sucks too. Because, like, what are you supposed to do? The common societal prospect, I guess, or the expectation for that kind of stuff is, it's not your kid, don't fuck with it. It's like, well, but I mean, come on, man. I mean, hey, you know what? Maybe that kid grows up and he becomes the best cartographer in the fucking world. Unfortunately, cartography is not a massive field. But if he enjoys it, that's the big thing. I'm not entirely certain where this Beethoven comparison comes from, because I don't know if we really talk about our navigators or our cartographers and the like. I don't think they really get talked about much in history. They were important, sure, don't get me wrong, but again, it's more of a point of if the kid grows into it and grows up with it and continues to like it. But I almost forgot 14 had the 15 crossover on rerun. Oh shit, yeah, I forgot about that too. Then she's a lifetime goal. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I had a very similar thing with science, biology and general science, as well as environmental science. I was always just came to me very naturally. Same with writing, but it's like I had these two things that I was really good at, that I didn't have to put much effort into in order to just do at the level that other kids had to study and work for. I was very, in a way you could argue I had a talent for it, had a gift for it, whatever, right? But like, but I chose writing over science. I never really found science interesting, even though it came to me naturally. I also don't really like a lot. I feel like I've explained this at length, piece by piece, but like the Cliff Notes version is, I don't know. I've never really liked scientific communities in the grand scheme of things. I always felt like, this is a weird way to explain this, I think, but sometimes I really hated like the way that like papers would be written, and then how they'd be skewed and all this other stuff. It's like, I like science a lot. Trust science, all that stuff. But I just felt like it'd be a giant headache to partake in myself, and it just seemed like not my thing. So I was like, you know what? I'll leave someone else that is willing to handle all that. Power to them. Not my thing. But yeah. So then I was like, but I like writing a lot. I'm gonna lean into writing a lot more. I just never ended up doing anything with either of them, but point. I mean, I still do write, I guess, and I have done things over the years with writing, but that's awesome. Yeah, honestly, it's like, why not at that point? Because another thing to think about too is like that's a backbone, right? He can fall back on that if he so chooses. It's like, okay, you know what? This English teacher thing, probably not going to work out. I still got math and science I can do. It's like, boom. It's like, yeah, fuck, why not? If you got an interest in something, do it. Or give it a shot. I mean, I guess is a better way of putting it, but yeah, exactly. Hell, he may end up finding out that all he had to do is put a little bit of effort forth, and it's also a talent of his. It's just something that wasn't like as readily available or easy to see at the time, right? Like, there's always shit like that happens too. It's like, I always use food analogies, but it's like food. It's like, something can look gross and smell gross, or maybe you just don't understand it, the hype behind it. but then you put it in your mouth and you're just like, wait, fuck, dude, this food tastes fucking amazing. Jesus Christ, what the hell? You know, it's like, it could very well be a case of that, right? It's just like, man, I suck at English. I actually used to think I sucked at English. Probably a much different situation than what I'm talking about. Because I don't think I was ever necessarily bad at it over the years. I just, for some reason, got it in my head that I wasn't very good at anything. I was a very mundane person, so to speak. But it wasn't until a teacher kicked me in the butt about it. But, you know, in a very somewhat similar sense, it's like once someone had kicked me in the butt about it, I was like, wait a fucking second. Like, oh, I'm, you know, realizing that, you know, I put minimal effort in. Yeah, I gave the lazy 60%, you know, 60%, you know, the C minus approach, right? I did the bare minimum to pass, and I managed to, you know, surpass most of my fellow students. To think that if I had put effort in, I probably would have been the top of my class was basically the way my teacher proposed it to me. And so, you know, it was the first time I'd ever felt shame about being lazy about shit. And I was like, ah, oh, fuck. Yeah, exactly. But either way, right? It's just like, yeah, I guess it's kind of a point of like, to put all your eggs in one basket and invite and then, you know, in extension, don't force your kid to put all their eggs in one basket. And you know what? If that basket is super strong and your eggs are doing real well, I mean, nothing wrong with leaning into whatever you got, but it's not your own. It shouldn't be your only choice. Or more specifically, you shouldn't be forced to make that choice. It should be your choice. There we go. That's a better way of putting it. Yeah. Yeah, I always say that argument. They're like, "Oh, you work at and you're gonna work at McDonald's." It's like, you know, there's people that worked at McDonald's that are now like multimillionaires, right? Like, if you fucking put the time and effort in, working at McDonald's can actually turn into a very lucrative job. A lot of people like to forget that for some reason. I think like some of the part owners of like the entire like set of franchises now are like really well off, and they were just burger flippers. So, hey, there's something to that people like to forget. And you know what? Even if you don't go on to be that and you make enough money to be happy, fuck it. Why not? Why does that matter? Like someone, I feel like there's like this like necessity to a lot of people to somehow like not just succeed but overly succeed. And it's like, sure, there's nothing wrong with eventually becoming so successful that you've got all the money in the world to do whatever the fuck you feel like, to support whoever hell you want, and so on and so forth. But that shouldn't be your goal to necessarily like need to reach. There's nothing wrong with reaching for such a goal, but you shouldn't expect it outright. Like, you shouldn't go into like let's say like a very lucrative field, like a computer programmer of sorts, right? Or even like a doctor, you know. You may not rise through the ranks. You know, being a doctor, maybe you end up becoming a family practitioner. Sure, you're still probably doing well, and you're doing well enough, and you're helping people and doing all the good stuff, but you're not some like grand surgeon, you know. You're not making like stupid money. But I don't think that that's necessarily a problem, and you know, and so on and so forth. There's a lot of different avenues that I could use as examples, but they get a paycheck, same as any other job. Yeah, I mean, and if it's enough to succeed, and enough to do what they need to live, then yeah, I think it's kind of the point of you get what you put in some cases, right? So do what you need to.
You sure you don't want to get some rest?
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you doing, Xion?
Same as you, still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dana? All of that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Ages and ages ago. Everything that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day, well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen. I want you to promise me something.
Yeah?
If we can't find the Renis Alma, there's something I want you to do. Like Hevrecht 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Renis Alma back, you'll use the blazing sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the blazing sword may not have the strength of the Renis Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything
Listen,
that we...
The Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world. Renans and Danans alike.
Yeah. I think it's realistic from a
What's going
character
to happen
standpoint,
when we face it, but we
but
need
it shouldn't
to
be from
prepared
like
for
a
anything.
solutions
We
standpoint,
can't
right?
second guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere.
Because if Elfin's got like a
I'm
crush on
prepared
her,
to fight with
or loves
absolutely
her for that
everything
matter,
I've got.
it makes sense for him to not want her to die, and to be
But if it
unwavering
comes
in
down
that,
to
right?
it, I
But-
need you to be prepared too.
If the plot lined up with that perfectly, it would just feel very fake.
But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Xion. I'm going to fight this until the very end.
Yeah, I like
you
it.
Can forgive
It's good
me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Xion.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
Come on, Elvin, test and see if her lips have the thorns
I
too.
felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before.
Very true. Do it. Come on. No, don't. No,
But
don't.
still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Xion,
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
Oh, it hurts so much.
Yeah. Okay.
In a good way. I think this is a pretty decent storytelling. It builds anticipation, right? It also means that whatever comes forwards, good or bad, it'll hit that much more. It's good build up.
Everybody get enough rest? We ready for this?
Yeah,
Madly
we should
good luck.
probably get moving.
100%.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only descend down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
We're fighting for a new future for both Dana and Rena.
Right. We've come this far. We will save our worlds. That's a promise.
Then let's go, everybody. We've got one last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Phasal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrect 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
Maybe it's a good thing they didn't do anything.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp
Be a
drive.
real awkward moment. Like, wait, you saw us
Warp
kiss?
drive?
Fuck.
Wait, you mean like what the Red Women
They
used
were
to
alone.
us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Wait, should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up, did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
A little bit. I mean,
Exist
we already
because others
saw
have
that it's
entrusted this
basically
to us.
not a planet.
Over
But
the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable.
yes, sir.
Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
Because why the hell not?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand. All right, time to get back on the Fall Knights.
No, I think, I don't know, I've talked about it a little bit before. I don't really care so much about pacing, so long as it isn't drastically fast or drastically slow. Like, you know, I liked the Hunter x Hunter episodes where everything was super slow. I thought it was kind of interesting to see the prospect. I think it was a little overblown, overdone, but still. I didn't think it was necessarily a horrible idea. And I've watched plenty of things over the years that have come and gone with their plot points very quickly. I mentioned it before, Fantasia had moments where, like, pacing was so fast that they would introduce something and then resolve it literally in the exact same scene. And I'd say that is definitely too fast. There needs to be build up. Now, even though I do feel that pacing isn't necessarily as big as a thing for me that it is for others, I gotta say I still do appreciate when things are built up properly. Like, a proper build-up, a proper set of expectations for them to either meet or you know, present a twist, you know, is very appreciated. It definitely enhances a story. And I think everything they've done here is pretty good. Now, I think there was a lot of exposition between here and when we first came to Lenegus that I feel like was a bit of a misstep to make it off-scene or off-screen. I will say they've done a really good job with the skits this time around. Before, in most Tales games, skits are actually mostly non-canon. They don't have any like footing in the story because they never get referenced. So it's pretty much entirely like you can just be like, yeah. I mean, like some of them are usually the ones that are forced upon you are generally okay, but usually they're like backstory elements that will never come up. That are the ones that are canon, I mean. But yeah, but this time around, it seems like the skits actually do play a part. If you're not watching the skits, you're missing shit. They're important, and I mean they should be. I like them. They're good. They've been a staple of the series, right, since the beginning. Well, not so much since the beginning. I guess it wasn't until the remake of Fantasia, but since Destiny, at the very least. Right, so they've been a staple, and they've been a good addition. Even if they are non-canon, they were still fun and interesting to witness. They provided necessary breaks in the storytelling and so on and so forth. But I gotta say, I do really enjoy how much they provide this time around. Although I will say, I guess the negative aspect of that is it kind of sucks if you miss one now, because you never know what you missed at that point. But aside from that, that's why I was thinking like maybe some of that exposition should have been provided a bit more through either the skits or, the dude in the pod kind of mentioned a bit of the information there, but he hinted at it. He didn't say it outright. If you read the terminals, it actually gives you all that information. We understand what's going on and everything that's happening right now. It's fully understood the situation of what happened 300 years ago. But yeah, so it's like they made sure we didn't kind of lose sight of it too much, which I think is important. But still, I'd say that's literally the only thing I've disliked since we got the Lenegus. And it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just most people aren't going to sit there and read it. So I'm a crazy outlier. Okay, so before we proceed, I gotta use the washroom, and I'm gonna stretch my legs. I'm gonna try and only be about 5 minutes. We're at least gonna go another 45 from now, but if I feel like the end is in sight and we really are gonna get there, I'll go a little later. I'm not too worried about it. I mean, if we beat the game tonight, all the power for me tomorrow to do post-game stuff. So, cool. Which will probably mostly be me grinding, but whatever. We'll figure it out. But yeah, I'll be right back, guys. Alright, I'm back. Ooh. You know, I was thinking about it. Something I wouldn't mind. Owning, and I should look and see if it even exists, is, fuck, blah, 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 trying to think, words, Master Cores, there we go, haha, woo! I was curious, actually, I'm gonna look right now. Why not? I'm curious about it. Yeah, I was thinking it'd be cool to own like the Master Cores would be a really cool little thing to have. Doesn't look like they provide that kind of stuff right now, though. I feel like Bandai doesn't really merchandise their games as hard as they do, or as like a Final Fantasy game would. Probably not something we'll ever find, but that's okay. I thought I'd look. I was thinking it'd be kind of cool to own, though. Just have them all as like a little decoration piece. Oh.
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means. Time to go to Rena.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
There's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquil come from?
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy. This world is dead.
It does remind me a bit of
Must be the
Celestia.
hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, the entire ocean is that stuff?
And it's covering everything. The entire planet.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dana.
So arresting. This world of doom.
Back in its day, Rena was probably just as vibrant as Dana is. But after being robbed of its astral energy for so long, those days are gone and past. This is all that will remain.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea, everything.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how it remains to this day. A world of death and emptiness.
With nothing left here to consume, the Great Spirit turned its sights on Dana, looking for another host.
You're saying if we don't stop it, this is what Dana's going to look like?
Probably.
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared in the end.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, nothing will survive. It looks like we can climb down from there. Let's take a look.
This definitely gives me Final Dungeon vibes. Destroyed remnants. Rena.
So this is Rena. This is where everything began. Yet it's a dead world?
I won't let Dana suffer the same fate. Ever.
Can I... Wait, can we teleport away from here? Oh, there's also new quests. Huh. Actually, SJ, I got a curious question. How does this game handle its endgame? Like, is it just gonna be we beat the game and then it'll load back up at that point? Or is it one of those moments where you just gotta reload your save at a certain point? Because I feel like saving right here and now is definitely the play. And then we make our end game save data on 4. Actually, we'll save after the skit.
A hollowed ocean as far as the eye can see. What do you think would happen if we fell in?
What do you mean, what would happen? You'd drown, wouldn't you?
Come to think of it, I don't believe I've heard of someone ever trying. Perhaps you'd like the glory of being the first?
No, I'll pass.
This is essentially a world-sized Renan graveyard. Are you proposing to disturb the dead slumber just to satisfy your curiosity, Law?
No, because I said I passed.
Taking an interest is understandable, but let's not forget where we are. This place deserves our respect.
Looks like we're not going to be hearing the end of this one for a while.
You'd think I was already snorkeling in it or something.
Yeah, fuck, really?
So the idea is to seal the Great Spirit inside the Renis Alma using the Sovereign and Maiden's power. But just how do we do that exactly?
I'm guessing it won't be as easy as holding a spirit channeling ceremony at our leisure.
I already had wielded astral energy once 3 centuries ago. As for suppressing her thorns, Shion's had a lifetime's experience. The problem isn't just our enemy's strength. It's that it's sentient, too. And you can bet anything you like it's not going to just sit back and let us destroy it.
In other words, we need to find some way to weaken it in advance. The Great Spirit, that is.
Back when Shion's thorns flew out of control, we were able to deal with them directly. If this is their host, they should be even more corporeal here.
If that's the case, it should make them easier to attack at least. And if we can manage to divert enough energy away from the spirit's core, even temporarily,
we might just be able to weaken it enough to steal the Renis Alma, which we can then use to seal it away forever. It won't be easy, but it's our only shot. Time to buckle up. Question for you. Let's say, knock on wood, everything turns out for the best.
What'll the world be like? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of this, do you really think everything will be that different?
A lot will have to change, that's for sure. The world will have to adjust to so much. My only worry is if those changes turn out to be merely skin deep.
What do you mean?
It's well and good putting an end to Renan rule. But if it just turns the tables, it's all for naught.
That's true. Just as bad if the Danans started pressing their own.
Renans, Danans, astral art users, mages. The world is full of labels used to divide and separate people.
If only we could see differences like that for what they are. No different to someone having a musical talent or being good with their hands. Not differences so much as characteristics.
It will take someone in power to set an example. But with time, people will follow. And then, perhaps one day...
There will no longer be any need for the example. It will have become second nature.
That's where we come in. We can set the example. Imagine it. A world where magic and astral arts are used to help people. Where that's the norm rather than the exception.
Yeah, you're right, Rinwell. Why wait for somebody else? We can show them ourselves.
Alright, now we save, just in case. Honestly, we'll probably be able to fast travel out at any point in the dungeon. I think most final dungeons in Tales games are like that. If they provide a form of teleport, that is. Oh, I'm gonna have a perfect spot to hide somewhere. This looks like a shortcut of some sort. I was gonna say fast travel, but okay, multiple shortcuts. Big old dungeon ahead of us.
Looks like we've warped into that pit of astral energy.
I wonder what Helganquil civilization was like at its zenith.
I can imagine that'd be something you'd take an interest in.
There's no question it must have been advanced, like none either world has ever seen. We could surely stand to learn a thing or two from such a people.
I get that you're itching to delve into its history, but we've got bigger fish to fry right now.
Put a pin in it, and you can do all the research you want when you retire.
I can think of worse things than a retirement dedicated to research. As for whether Rena is amenable to an aging specimen...
It's a little early to be giving it serious thought just yet.
A man can dream, though. A man can dream.
Oh, we didn't say there's anything wrong with dreaming.
In your case, Dohalim, dreams have a habit of spiraling into something else.
You'll need to stay with us for now, though. You're too helpful to let retire.
Why do I feel this is less of a compliment and more of an ultimatum?
Just a friendly suggestion.
Tons of skits, jeez.
Hey, I just realized something!
Is this about dinner last night? I didn't realize those ingredients were off.
What? No, I mean... Wait, you fed us rotten food?
Rinwell, the point.
Oh, yeah, right. So I was thinking about those armored soldiers we've seen. There are regular Renans inside them, right?
Yeah, they're designed to make whoever's wearing them stronger. At least, I think that's the idea.
Right. So it kind of begs the question then, why are they made so huge?
I don't know, makes them more intimidating, I guess? Or maybe all that tech wizardry inside takes up a lot of space.
You don't think it's weird how the armored soldiers are the exact same height as the Helganquil?
Can't say I'd ever noticed it till now. And?
Connect the dots, Law!
Okay, let me get this straight. You think the armored suits might have originally been designed to allow Renans to work alongside the Helganquil?
Huh. But if that's true, what would that mean?
It would mean... just that, I guess. But still, don't
There
you
wasn't
think
a
it's
greater
kind
point.
of interesting?
Not hugely. Hey, Kisara, well, I've got you. What's on tonight's menu? Because I was thinking, maybe meat?
Get him, Hoodle.
What did I do?
Oh, now you want to listen. Keep pecking, Hoodle.
Ow, ow, ow! Seriously, what the hell? You know, guys, when you think about it, we've taken out a lot of Zoogles. Like, a whole lot.
You can say that again. If one thing's for certain in this world, it's that wherever we go, we'll always end up bumping into them.
Isn't it weird that they're still so plentiful? You don't think the Renans have, like, a ranch where they breed them, do you?
Certainly in all of my years, I've never heard of them constructing such a massive facility on Dana, let alone up in Lenegus.
The only thing I can think of, then, is that the feral ones must be reproducing on their own.
There's also no organized effort on our part to hunt them down, so it's difficult to fully exterminate them.
Exterminate them? Whoa, don't you think that's maybe a little harsh?
What do you mean?
Zoogles originally used to be living creatures native to Dana and Rena, right? Being genetically modified isn't their fault.
You're right. Zoogles were only created because of us Renans. We altered the original creatures to suit our own ends.
First, people made Zoogles, and then we let them go. And now we're trying to kill them because they're a threat. They really have only seen the very worst, huh?
I hope we find a way to be able to live side by side with them one day.
It's a nice thought, but they attack towns and cities. What else are we supposed to do?
Aside from the strays that have gone wild, it's worth remembering that Renans are able to keep them somewhat under control.
If we had distinct territories that didn't overlap, that might reduce the danger they pose.
Well, I guess when you look at it that way, maybe people and Zoogles aren't so different after all.
Interesting idea, but I don't think that will quite work out the way they want it to. There's actually a quest here, too. My entire goal is to not have to go through skits again. They're fun, they're cool, but there's so many of them.
Helganfro! Guess they don't need their Red Woman disguises anymore.
Wait, can you understand us?
It's no use. We're not going to get through to them.
So they really are being controlled. In that case, we've got no choice.
I knew there was something off here!
They're not pulling punches. We have no choice but to beat them at their own game.
Magic is
Dragon Swarm!
I don't even know the word defeat. Let's get you
I'm just getting started! Eternal Devastation! Talon Storm! You're mine!
Where are you going?
I'm not done! I'm just getting started!
One more time.
That frickin' does it!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
It's your mine! I can do this all day! Here!
Field. Get on in there with the others.
Okay, I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
I have no limits! Wait, and how?
Let me take the rest!
Wow, someone's feeling lively.
Eternal Devastation! Hurricane Thrust!
Here and now!
Take this!
Here goes.
I missed that, that's alright.
I'll burn it all!
We almost. Oh, wait, it's still cannon?
Flaming pillar!
Oh, never mind. I guess I didn't. That's my bad.
I'm going to need you.
You're mine! Ignite! Dragon Form! Vacuum Blade! Dragon Form!
Now! Astral energy! Full throttle! A flawless victory. Naturally.
Severing Wind! Lunar Bloodstone!
Kisara frozen!
Hammer!
Not a chance! Purge Maleficent! Dragon Form! Dance in the wind! Annihilation! Astral energy!
Say no more!
Alphen.
I can't forgive them for what they've done, but I hate killing them. They don't even know why they're fighting. How does that even make them any different from the Danan slaves?
Perhaps. However, if we don't make a choice, the guilt of not doing anything will be that much worse.
Yeah, I know. I hate for it to be like this. But if it happens again, you won't find me hesitating to act.
I wonder if we're going to get attacked again.
If we lose heart now, this whole mission is over. We have to stay the course.
I thought there'd be more dirt and rocks and stuff underneath the hollowed ocean, but it's all artificial.
I would imagine they're remnants left behind by the Helganquil, seeing as there's little actual land remaining.
It's incredible. Do you think it stretches all the way down to the center of the planet?
Hey, these guys built Lenegis, remember? They probably did this in a weekend.
If they had the power to create things like this, did they really only use those immense capabilities to serve the Great Spirit? Or rather, was that the only use the Great Spirit let them use their capabilities for? We haven't seen anyone here except Helganquil. Looks like this place really is their home planet.
The true citizens of Rena. What a shame that they have become nothing more than puppets to the Great Spirit. To think of the promise their accomplishments once held. They had the potential to be great indeed.
Do you think we could have got along with them? You know, if we had met under different circumstances. Like
all of us, you mean? I suppose it's difficult to say for sure. We don't even know if they would see us as being on an equal level with them or not.
I think we may have had the chance once, before the Renan Great Spirit came along and changed everything.
You and Alphen both share an optimism. A strong willingness to believe in hope.
Do you think that's foolish?
On the contrary, I should like to take a leaf from your book myself. In tragedy's aftermath, hope is all we have.
Just look at the size of that thing. And Helganquil's technology certainly is impressive. And they don't seem to do things by halves either. In the past 300 years. Oh, even before that. Just how many people, Renan or Danan, do you think have ever seen this?
Regarding the past 3 centuries at least, I'd say there's a good chance that we're the first. Also, while I get that it's impressive and all, I'm just amazed you're still standing around gawping at it at a time like this. Sometimes I wonder about your priorities.
I can understand where he's coming from. More to the point, does anyone know where it leads?
What do you mean where it leads? To the center of the planet, of course.
And that doesn't strike you as sounding just a little bit, oh, I don't know, far? There has to be a quicker way to get there, right?
Yeah. With all this technology at their fingertips, it seems pretty unlikely that they'd make that kind of journey on foot. There must be some kind of device somewhere. Let's see if we can figure out how to use it.
Like
Borrow
an elevator,
one of their
perhaps.
contraptions? You're either brave or out of your mind.
If it works for them, there's no reason it wouldn't for us. Why make things harder for ourselves?
You know what he's like, Law. Once he gets an idea in his head, there's no talking him out of it.
Looks like trouble with a capital T.
Dragons together, we've got this! First fight! The flame inside to be let free!
Inferno Fire!
We're waking now!
I'm all stuffed
You're
up!
mine!
Annihilation!
Too fast!
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
No further!
Come on! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Water!
Here I come! Strike! No escape! Ignite! Dragon Swarm! Here!
on!
No escape!
Already on!
Rising Falcon!
Lunar
Severing
Prowler!
Wind!
Swallow death! Talon Sword!
Soaring Light Spear! Strike!
Prison!
Strike!
Power of water!
Rising Falcon!
I'm not done! Do it! Neon! Astral energy! Full throttle!
The heavens must be smiling.
I wonder how the Renans avoided being mind-controlled like the Helganquil. Do you think it might have something to do with the fact that they were originally Danans?
I'd say it's likely, which is pretty ironic when you think about it.
Ironic?
The Renans have committed grave injustices against the Danans. But it was all of their own volition, not because they were being controlled. Now, it turns out they themselves were once Danans too.
Which must mean that the root of their evil isn't the Great Spirit, but something inherent in all of us. Our free will.
Now hang on, though. It was that same free will that allowed Xion and Dohalim to choose to fight alongside us. Without it, we wouldn't have been able to beat hatred and forge all those connections we've made. Free will is what saved us, right?
Law's entirely right. In any case, it certainly can't hurt to look on the bright side every now and then.
Yeah. Where there's hope, there's a way.
What'd he say?
He said, without a doubt.
Alright.
Is this a dead end?
It appears this whole room functions as an elevator. That apparatus there is likely what's used to control it.
Oh, that apparatus, huh?
What the? Where did they come from?
Less worry, more action. Concentrate.
Soaring Light Spear!
Insects should stay on the ground.
That's enough! I'm on a roll now! We got flyers!
I've got this. Let a marksman handle it.
Void Blast! All yours! Take
Oh,
this!
they got me flying here.
Put a flame inside me, yours to be let free!
Flame, finish
Eternal Devastation!
This'll come in handy. Purge malevolence!
Severing Wind!
Now burning! Water! Near my home!
Eagle
If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Eternal Devastation!
Lunar Prowler! By the power of water! I never miss!
You see what happened there as you crossed me. Shouldn't have done that.
I'm going to use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish this. Really? Enemies incoming!
Then we'll take
Do
them
it!
down.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alvin!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you! Freeze Lancer! Now!
Soaring Light Spear!
Demons descend!
Flashing Fang! More Dookuls?
Keep calm and take them down!
Void Blast! Inferno Punch! Strike! Stardust!
Sight! Eat this! Radiant
You
Blood!
eat dirt!
Here! Rolling trouble!
Pierce! Crumble!
I never miss!
Crush! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
More? Here I come! Enough!
I'm just getting started.
Soaring Light Spear!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Glacial
Now!
Spear!
You're mine! I'm not done! Light! Lunar Rondo! Soaring Light Spear!
Not much longer! Astral energy! Full throttle! A fluffy
Soaring Light Spear! Void Blast! Pistol! Burn! Watch it! Lunar Rondo! Soaring Light Spear! I'm not done!
Astral energy!
We,
Say no more!
kind of juggled there for a long fucking time.
Glacial Spear! Here's evil! Dance in the wind! Let me show you what my heart can do!
Void Get all the love.
Hey, I'm here too, you know.
All finishes here right now. Vacuum blade. More. Eagle assault. Now I'm in the groove. Burn.
Winds of heaven. Now.
Megasonic.
Astral energy. Full throttle.
More. These fists have got your name on them. I'm not done. Stardust. Void Flash. Lunar Rondo. Soaring Light Spear.
Take Bolero. Astral energy. Full throttle.
More. Strike. Void Flash. Lunar Rondo. Soaring Light Spear. Lightning Falcon.
Radiant storm.
I'm not done. Severing War.
Amazing.
Do it. Theon. Astral energy. Full throttle.
Mighty More. I'm not done. Stardust. Void Flash.
Illuminate the storm.
Soaring Light Spear.
Theon. Astral energy. Full throttle.
No more. No escape. Ignite. Lunar Rondo. Soaring Light Spear. All finishing here and now. Void Flash. Lunar Rondo. I'm not
That one's
done.
mine.
No escape. You're finished. Talon Hurricane.
Do it. Tourmaline.
Light Burst Force.
Radiant Genesis.
No chance.
A whirling struggle.
Slice.
Do it.
Lunar Rondo.
Get toasty.
Burn Strike.
Right. Next one.
All mine.
Arctic.
Already on.
Slice. End of Gen.
Lunar Rondo. Soaring Light Spear. Light Burst Force.
Radiant Genesis.
I think we did pretty good there.
I'm pretty lucky.
There's a large amount of EXP and score too, Jesus.
Even in such a harsh
Oops.
environment as this, there are still creatures here?
You think they're native to Rena? Or could they be Zoogle somehow?
Whatever they are, they're dangerous. Watch yourselves around them. You think that pit stretches all the way to Rena's core?
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
I'm like bait to them.
Illuminate the
Vacuum blade.
Holy glimmer. These things really get on my nerves.
Soaring Light Spear. You're mine.
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
Megasonic Thrust.
Now
let's see what I can do. You're finished. Dragon Shell.
Here's a healing arc.
First I'm not done. There.
Here's a
Crush. Dragon Form.
Glacial Spear.
Should have left with me.
Here I come. Crush. Crush. You're mine. Megasonic Thrust.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Dragon Shell.
Illuminate the dark.
Severing this one's all mine.
Holy Land.
Inferno Punch. Eternal Devastation. Soaring Light Spear. Not today. Glimmer Dragon. Void Flash.
Eagle
You're mine.
Now.
Glimmer.
Astral energy.
Say no more.
Got it.
Well done.
Take this.
Now. Ghidorah, go for it.
Prepare to crumble!
Here,
My
do
turn.
it.
Talon Hurricane.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
I'm going to use all the power of my healing light to accomplish this. Do it. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
Easy.
Let's do it! Let's go! Calaglia ho!
Come again?
You don't know it?
I keep reading messages, but I can't tell if they're directed at me or not. I don't think they are. I gotta look into my notification settings a bit better.
It was all the rage back in Calaglia.
I wonder if Cislodia's got one.
Cislodia, huh?
I will hit you.
I don't get it.
Brace yourself. This one's tough. Take this.
Can't get out of
This time. Vacuum blade. Be still. Soaring Light Spear.
Prepare to be sealed, O fleet foot. Actually, perhaps sound is more appropriate.
Less talking, more doing.
Dragon Swarm. Okay, here I go. First strike! By the power of flame! You're finished! It's working orb! You're mine! Radiant I'm not done! Light astral purge, Malevolent! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! See that?
That training's paying off!
Your astral arts are truly incredible.
Every little bit helps.
Indeed it does. I'll keep pushing to be better as well.
Radiant Wind! I'm on it! Lunar Rondo! Just getting started! Here I go! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! My turn! No escape!
There's always room for improvement.
Oh, leveled up. Hey, all right. Oh, what's this? Oh, ore. No, sorry, money. I don't know where we're supposed to go, so we're gonna pick this. Jumping down is probably the way to go, if I had to guess. Yeah.
Brace yourself! This one!
Oh, that's not looking too fun.
My turn! Lunar escape! Damn it!
Now I'm in trouble.
Back in blade! Dragon Storm! Eternal devastation! Ignite! Severing wind!
I'm on a roll
Sorry,
now.
light spear! Damn it! Too back!
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Rising Falcon! Here! Back to his blade! Be still!
Now I'm in the
Rising Falcon! Dragon Swarm! Severing wind! Coming through!
Ah, I think we
Now!
Too much.
Scarlet Inferno!
did it. Did we miss? That's alright.
No further!
I don't feel like my usual self.
You alright? Let me handle this one.
No, we got hit with a curse.
I can't hold on much longer!
Why'd you heal me? To stop you dying?
Actually, I don't know what curse does in this one.
Dragon Swarm! Back to blade! There! It's too much! Be still! Lunar Rondo! Right! I'll burn it all!
There we go.
Flaming Pillar! Fire!
Seems to resist damage a lot, but everything helps.
Will this help?
No further!
Healing circle!
I owe you one! Megasonic Pulse!
Finish you here and now.
You picked the wrong fight! Dragon Swarm! There!
I'm on it.
Megasonic Thrust! Severing wind! Lunar Rondo! I'll burn it all!
Woo, boy, we did it again. Back to back. And this one's gonna do a lot more damage.
Flaming Pillar! Fire! Dragon Swarm!
That'll bring you down! Now! Don't give up!
Demons descend! Flashing fang!
Oh, I'm a little dead.
There!
Flame! Reload!
Swallow dance!
Eagle assault!
Dragon Swarm! Severing wind!
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
Redwell! Astral energy! Full throttle!
I can feel my power growing!
I felt.
Canine vest, huh? A vest worn by a legendary dog renowned for its dagger skills. While not intended to be worn by humans, it's probably safe to do so. I like the nod. I like the nod.
Found some equipment.
Let me take a look at it.
So we haven't talked about this in a hot minute, but I've talked about how I really like the idea, albeit it's probably not true, right? But I always did like the idea that all the Tales games are somehow connected, be it maybe through like thousands of years and worlds dying and being reborn over and over and over, kind of like Dark Souls theory in a way, right? We are not killing that mantis. That mantis is on its own.
These structures don't look like anything built by the Renans, or even what we saw in the Forbidden Zone.
Perhaps this is the true architectural style of the Helganquil. Or perhaps the opposite, given their situation.
You mean like how some places favor building stuff with stone, while others rely on wood?
That's an interesting way of looking at it. I'll have to inquire with Hevrect 35 about it sometime.
Potentially. Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking, if that were the case, how does this line up with that? Right? The obvious way of saying that it lines up would be to just state that maybe this used to be Celestia, or whatever. The other world that is referenced in other games. But I was thinking, what if instead that's what Donna was? And then you could argue the the aliens existed here, but this isn't their home world entirely. But it's been so long that they wouldn't even remember that. Maybe something akin to that. To which this would have been the world where Berseria, Vesperia, and several other games would have taken place. Again, it's a very heavily speculative theory, and probably not true, but I still think it's fun to kind of like try to like weave how it might be true, right? It's like, maybe. Probably not. Probably not. I'm stretching. I'm only stretching because that was most definitely meant to be Rapide's vest from Vesperia. I mean, I don't know if we necessarily need to fight, but everything's a little 50 here, and we're not.
Any more of this and I'll burn out. This one's all mine.
I don't even know the word defeat.
They got me driving me mad. Lunar Rondo. Soaring Line freaks. What did they just still? Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
You're mine.
It's time to finish this.
Huh? I didn't really see limit broke over limited. Whatever.
Here I come. Dragon Swarm.
Here. Now. This one's got your name on it.
Ash to action.
Not a
Burn.
Prepare to be
If it's in the sky, it's mine.
Actually, that sound is more appropriate.
Less talking, more doing.
Do it! Kisara, Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Trustla. Illumine now. Take Dueling. This one's got your name on it.
Ashes to action. Here I come.
Swallow dance. As impressive as always. No, I mean you're even better than ever. Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I need healing. So do you, though. That's money. All right. Where's our last fast travel point? Yeah, I'm sure we'll be fine. Just so we don't get slapped out the moment the fight starts.
I've got a
a really bad feeling about this.
Talon Hurricane! Watch this!
Glacial Spear!
Dragon
Pierce
Swarm!
Evil!
Vacuum Blade!
Freeze Lancer!
Be still! Talon Hurricane!
Shooting Star!
Take this!
Winds of Heaven!
Vacuum
Do it!
Blade!
Now.
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
See that?
That training paid
Should've
off!
messed with me.
Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone!
Hands in the
My
wind!
turn!
Dragon Shell!
Ability!
Air Thrust! Radiant! A whirling struggle!
Void Flash!
Winds of Heaven!
Soaring Light
First
Spear!
air! One more! In here!
Rising Falcon! Ignite!
Get up now! Here!
Follow me! In an instant! Impact Claw!
I mean, honestly, comboing the living shit out of things is the only way to beat them.
Unflappable! Unfazable!
And most of all, we're free!
Well,
Those thorns.
I'm not letting them get in our way!
holy cloak.
Got some good equipment!
I can't say its appearance is too...
A cloak blessed with divine protection, believed to ward off evil energy and invite happiness and good luck to the wearer. And it happens to also provide protection to the wearer.
For my tastes, personally.
In fact, they did say that. I actually feel like I just made a comment about something and my brain just decided to go. No, I didn't. Okay, cool. My brain decided it was gonna second guess itself there for a second. Not bad. Can we, like, maybe not fight this thing and just walk by? Nope.
Brace yourselves! This one's tough! Double dance! Vacuum Blade! Be still!
Rise and shine!
Eagle Assault!
In here!
Can't get
Careful!
out of this! Lightning Thrust!
Alright! It's showtime!
Watch this! Soaring Light Spear! Rising Falcon!
Lost my
Here's a healing arc!
I'll burn it all! Flaming Pillar! Fire!
Let me show you what my art is!
Dragon Swarm! Wind!
I'm going to need to use all my healing arts to accomplish this!
This one's all mine!
What would I do without you? Photon! Charge! Malevolent! Burning!
Glacial
Spear! Pierce Evil!
Severing
Freeze
Wind!
Lancer!
Megasonic Thrust!
I'm just getting started!
Rising Falcon!
Healing arc!
Dragon Swarm!
Dragon Chain!
Megasonic Thrust! Vacuum Blades! I'll burn it all! Flaming Pillar! Fire!
I enjoy free damage.
Here, let me help!
Ignite!
First aid!
First strike! Dragon Swarm!
Tempest Swirl!
Vacuum Blade!
Well, away! Here's a healing arc! Illuminate the dark! First aid! Come forth! Holy glitter!
Come to an end.
Burning strike!
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara! Here's evil! Wind astral energy!
Nice try, nerd.
I'm on it!
This one's mine!
What is it? Hey, you okay? Shouldn't have messed with me!
Don't do this!
I've let you all down.
You'll pay for that!
So this one provides paralysis, not poison, but it still does damage at a time when it is.
You're mine!
I can do this all.
You're an astral arts?
That's my cue!
Shut him down!
Ready and ready!
Rising Falcon!
Hey, there you go! Don't let up!
I'm sorry to be a bog.
We've all got enough on our backs.
Megasonic
Yes, ma'am.
There!
A whirling struggle!
I can carve through armor!
Winds of heaven! First force! I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish this.
Rip it down!
Wind!
I really
Do
am
it!
one.
Rimbo!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
I don't know how we're using all our fucking CPs so quickly.
I've been doing really great lately.
Or Algonquin? Nope. Not quite yet, at least. Alright, so let us... We'll save the pineapple gels for battle. Oh wait, did I backtrack? I did. My bad. I don't know how I managed to do that. What the fuck? Oh, I see why. Okay. We're good, we're good. I just got spun around.
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Eat this! I'll tear you apart! Flaming thrust! Radiant
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
Megasonic thrust! The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Illuminate the dark!
Eternal devastation! I'll burn it all!
Pull myself together.
Flaming pillar! Fire!
Guardian astral energy!
Say no more.
Got it!
Well done!
Here I go!
Look sharp.
Lightning tiger blade!
Well, that worked out.
We're in good form.
Nope. We're dodging this nerd. Optional mini bosses like that can just go away. I'd rather grind a couple extra battles with basic monsters than fight. They are just resource soaks. And good old resource sinks and the like. Pixie crystal, that's it. Oh, they want aggro, they just want to be in our way.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Not today! Away! Megasonic thrust! Vacuum blade! Dragon swarm! Wind! Lunar rondo! Soaring light sphere!
I'm nearly done for.
Look sharp.
Lightning tiger blade!
See that?
That training's paying off.
Wings of heaven! First
Rising
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Oh, that took out all three of them.
There's always room for improvement.
We are leveling up a tad fast. Actually, one thing I am curious about though. No. See, I knew they were gonna force me to fight Mantis, so I didn't have to.
This might be some decent equipment.
Anything that makes battles easier is okay by me.
It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out.
There!
No further.
As if the normal creepy crawlies aren't disgusting enough. A whirling struggle. Amazing.
I'll burn it all!
Ooh, we are pretty decent.
Flaming pillar! Fire!
I'm going to need to use all the
You're
power of
mine!
my healing art to accomplish
Dragon
this.
swarm! Megasonic thrust! Vacuum blade!
charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it. Hear my call. Outstanding form. Now, in this room.
Now you see what I can watch. The flame inside is yours to be let free. Now I'm real mad.
Let me show you what my whirling can do.
You picked the wrong fight. I felt fine not too long ago. I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Dragon shout! Dragon claw!
Ready to go! Illuminate the dark! Holy glitter!
Whole super swallow dance! Denied! Dragon claw! Away!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps Nina wasn't clear?
I really don't.
I'll be saving this one. More without Astral energy!
Say no more.
I think I'm getting the hang of this.
You're definitely way stronger.
Yeah, nothing motivates you like having stakes this high.
So this time it looks like I could
I
have.
have a bad feeling about this.
Come and face me! Eat this! Megasonic Grunt! Back to the blade! All face to the foundation!
Get on in there with the others.
Dragon form! Try this!
Up and at 'em, let's go! The flames will go!
As impressive as always.
Here's the healing art, guys. I can't heal you forever.
You see what happened there as you crossed... You're mine! Shouldn't have done that!
Won't bring you down. Astral energy!
Astral energy!
Well done!
I'll crush you!
That one's dead now.
Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Look sharp! Lightning tiger blade!
I've been doing really great lately.
Oh wait, I did miss something back there. Look at that.
We seem to have come across something a little...
I almost forgot. We should do this.
Oh man, I hope I live long enough to regret this. Ignite! Why can't they just sit still?
Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
Megasonic Rock! Inferno Punch! Wind crumble! Pierce! Vacuum blade! Inferno Punch! Lightning thrust!
Now we'll have this!
Prepare to be seized!
Actually, perhaps found is more appropriate.
Do it! Let's talk more!
In an instant! Impact Frost! Not a chance!
Got you! Dance with the wind!
Rising Falcon!
Sleep now.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Up and at 'em!
Your arms are really incredible.
It's thanks to you I can turn that battle.
Then I
You don't need to
promise
sound
I'll always
surprised.
be here.
Perhaps I'll put more faith in you.
Well, I certainly won't argue.
This one's mine!
Wind! Dragon Shell! Lunarongo!
Here's evil!
Swallow Dare!
Freeze Lancer!
Prepare to be seized!
Lightning Orb!
Do it! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclops!
I've used a bit too much healing.
Hey, what do you say we fight that shining enemy?
I would love to. Oh, I guess we're being forced to.
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Ignite! It can hide itself? Amazing! In the group! Now you see what I can do! Dragon Form! Rolling Snap! Here!
Get on it! Here, let me
Dragon
help.
Form! I'm on it! Vacuum Blade!
Alright, it's showtime!
Lunar Rondo! Dark Sphere!
Let me help.
I'll burn it all!
Ooh, just barely managed to pull on that. We had maybe time for one more.
Flaming Pillar! Fire!
Cutting it close.
Inspiration! Dragon Form! One more! Mega Sonic Thrust! Vacuum Blade! Flaming Thrust!
Radiant here!
This one's all mine!
Lightning Orb! Corruption!
Not today!
Gemini
Here! Vacuum Blade!
Light Astral
Dragon Form!
Here!
Severing Wind!
Let's tear 'em up! I never miss anything in order! Roll on! I'll tear you apart!
This is looking good!
You alright?
I do it! Yeah! I'll be okay!
I owe you, Leon.
Oh, you didn't
Healing
need to
is
do
what
that,
I
but
always do best. All I can do is cause havoc and destruction. I'm out of ammo! Air thrust! A whirling struggle! I'm going to need to use all the
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara!
One more! Lunar Rondo!
I can't hold on much longer! Pull myself together. Lightning condemned!
These things have got your name on it!
Thunderblade!
What's
Leave the enemy's arcs to me!
No complaints here! Ignite!
Eat this!
I'll crush you!
At least claws get
Lightning Reflexes!
I guess.
Tenebrous Claw! First strike! Whirlwind Spin!
Illuminate your
Lunar Rondo!
Holy Blade!
Nothing can stop me!
Burning strike!
Far enough!
Glacial Spear! Here's this one's mine!
Dead!
Lightning Orb!
Storm! Lunar Rondo! Soaring Light Spear!
You're never gonna guess what I forgot to do.
You shouldn't mess with me! Stay away from my friend! Dragon Form!
Will this help?
Storm! Strike!
That'll bring you down!
I'll crush you! Lightning Reflexes! Tenebrous Claw!
Raging Cascade! Here's a healing arc!
Dragon Form!
Dance in the wind!
I'll tear you apart!
Refocus!
Time to let it rip!
First aid! Mega Ray! Damn it! Annihilation! Radiant
Dragon Form!
Damn it!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Dazzle! Coming through!
Woo, we had to do that or we were dead.
Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I'll bring you back to
Totally! In an instant! Impact Claw!
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
Alright, well. I really hope there's a fast travel point in here at some point, because we are running low on resources, because we are speeding through our CP. I didn't realize we got an elemental guard. Light armor imbued with earth, water, fire, and wind astral energy, giving it high resistance to both physical attacks and astral items. One-of-a-kind masterpiece made by a master craftsman. Complex calculations and fine artistry are combined to draw out its defensive potential. So she is the one who gets all the... Or wait, no, I was thinking of red. Sorry, red stuff. Not quite. Oh fuck, we need to go that way. Yeah, just enough that we don't die at the gate.
This won't be easy. Don't be such a pessimist.
Super Swallow Day! Megasonic Thrust! Sword! There! No time! Lightning Thrust! This! Lunar Sword! Soaring Light Spear! Void Blast! Without a trace! Take this! Wind! I'm on it! Gale Force! Explosion! Shivering Wind! Hurricane! Void Blast! Don't finish you here and now!
Outstanding force! Yes, Alvin! Very bad!
I don't feel good.
I'll heal you all! Hold on! If it's in the sky, it's mine!
I'm not done!
I need to pull myself together.
So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complete idea.
No, that'd be silly.
I'll fix you up! Escape!
Recover! Thanks so much!
Burn in hell! Super Swallow!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! I'll finish you here and now!
Dragon Swarm!
Radiant
Megasonic Thrust!
Why did I...
The purity!
Right.
I'm on a roll now!
You're mine!
This one's mine!
Rising Megasonic Thrust! Lightning Thrust! Sword! Stardust!
A whirling struggle!
I'll tear you apart!
Winds of heaven!
Dragon
Force into the
Dragon Swarm!
Annihilation!
Here!
Now they flame of fury!
Severing Wind!
No, I won't give in!
You're mine!
Here's the healing art!
Time for one more! I'm sorry to be a bother. We've all got enough on our plate. Yes, ma'am!
Dragon Swarm!
Dance in the wind!
Blade! This one's all mine!
Air drop!
Sever not! Eat dirt!
Trace! Blah blah blah! Then Thunderblade!
I'm on a roll now!
Rising Falcon!
Eat this!
All disasters made one! Come forth and heal
Rising Falcon!
Oh, now you're talking!
Hold nothing back! Dragon
Winds of
Swarm!
heaven! First swarm!
Here!
Here!
There!
Lightning!
Be still! I'll burn it all! Flaming Pillar! Fire!
I'll heal you all!
Look! Say! Blow them away!
I can feel my precision improving.
Oh, it's almost 1:30. Goddamn, I'm getting really tired, actually, guys. I think that's probably apparent by how quiet I've been getting. More pixie crystal. Avoid.
Hey, look at that enemy! It's shining!
Means there's a better drop rate for stuff we already don't want. There's so much to fight. It's such a big gauntlet. Where do I remember this? I don't suppose anyone knows exactly how close to the end I am here.
I've got a really bad feeling about this!
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
This one's all mine! Not today!
Pesky airborne scoundrels!
Sounds like a job for yours truly!
Dragon Swarm!
Lunar corruption!
There!
Eat this! By the power of water!
This one keeps
charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you! I'll burn it all!
Hopefully this hits everything.
Flaming pillar! Fire!
Here, let me violent starting wind. I'll bring you down.
Dragon down!
I missed everything.
Ignite! We're cleaning house!
Let me take the rest. Wow, someone's feeling lively. Glacial spear. Here's the evil.
These sticks has got your name on them!
A whirling struggle.
I can do this all day!
Dragon swarm!
Let me show you
Piercing
some
fire! Lunar Rondo! Soaring light spear! No escape! Strike! Rising falcon!
Top field.
Armor won't save you!
This one's all mine!
Finish without a trace.
Burn in hell!
Swallow dance! Take Bolero!
Severing wind!
Death
Explosion. Here, the flame of fury.
Dragon swarm! There! No escape! No escape!
Illuminate the dark. Back into the fray.
Here I come!
Annihilate
Take it!
dirt.
I'm not done!
I'll heal you.
Rising falcon! Voice blast!
Healing touch. Do it. Sion, astral energy. Full throttle. A flawless victory.
Oh!
Whirling
Now I'm
snatcher
real
leap.
mad!
You're mine! Wind!
Here's a healing arc.
Lunar Rondo!
I can't hold on much longer.
This one's all mine!
I'll crush you! Lightning
This should be
reflexes!
hitting enough to get him.
Lunar
Never mind.
corruption.
It was-
It looks like you got this one covered.
Burn in hell!
Thunder field. Here.
Down!
Here's a healing illuminate the dark. Grenade. Holy glitter. Holy land. Where are you going?
Do it! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone! I've been doing really great lately.
The design of this equipment is really interesting.
You must have.
Elemental cape.
Really like it, Alphen.
Well, we've got another big old fight to go through. Oh boy.
Oh man, I hope I live long enough to regret that.
I could do without this thing! Severing wind! Lunar Rondo! Rising Phoenix! Time for one more! Let's try harder! My turn! Severing wind! Stardust! Strike! Right! I'll burn it all!
That one as well.
Flaming pillar! Fire!
Eat this!
You got company.
Dragon swarm!
Dance in the wind.
Things come to an end.
Megasonic drop!
I'll be
Severing
leading
wind!
this one. Illuminate the dark. Magic
This
is
one's all mine! Not today!
now.
Totally! In an instant!
Impact block.
I'm going to need to use
You're
all the
mine.
power of my healing arts to accomplish this.
Megasonic drop!
Resurrection. Glacial spear. Here's the evil. Raging storm.
These sticks has got your name on them!
No escape!
Dance in the wind.
Severing wind!
Air thrust.
Voice blast!
A whirling struggle. Flame of fury. Winds of heaven.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes!
Bap.
Tenebrous
And
claw!
bap.
I'm on it! Talon sword!
Dazzle! Stardust!
Searing flame.
Voice
If it's in the
blast!
sky,
That's
it's
mine.
mine. This world. House it. Back into the fray. Born up.
Wind!
Annihilation.
Stardust!
Hear me. Flame of fury.
Voice blast!
Dragon
Lunar Rondo!
Where are you going? A whirling
Time to let it rip!
winds of heaven.
To right! Dragon swarm!
I'm on a roll now!
Ignite!
I'll be saving.
Megasonic drop!
What a relief!
Vacuum blade! Eternal devastation! I'll burn it all!
You know, that's a pretty good way of chaining into being able to do this. Making sure they stand still with your burst or boost, whatever.
Dragon form! Mega Try harder! Win! Far enough!
Oh, I did that a little too early.
Failure's not an option!
You see what happened there as you crossed.
Let me show
Shouldn't
you
have
what
done
my
that.
can do! Vacuum
Rise and
blade!
shine!
Field! Dazzle! Lunar Rondo!
I'll crush you!
Nope. Law was like, nah, bro, I ain't about that AoE.
I'm on it! Whirlwind snap! Dragon form! Starting! Doubling! In an instant! Impact block!
It was a close thing.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of this close, aren't we? Oh, okay, cool. Glad I didn't stop to do anything about it. Pretty certain we can still teleport out of here at any point in time, so. I don't know if there is a point of no return, but a lot of RPGs like to have that, and I like to be safe rather than sorry.
What do you think this place was for?
What the hell? Are they asleep?
No, they appear to be well preserved. However, they are all dead.
Dead? So this is a mass grave?
They look like humans,
Looks that way.
not Helgonquin.
However, none of them appear to be Helganquil.
Helganquil, that's what it was.
Bear in mind that Renans were originally Danans, who were remade and sent
Kept
to
saying
live
that.
on Lenegus.
Oops.
Knowing that, they would have needed a place to perform the procedure somewhere.
And that place is here, I assume.
So what you're saying is that all of these are Danan, or rather, Renan bodies?
Most likely, yes. It must have been abandoned for one reason or another.
Not abandoned. They're being capped for some reason.
There are so many of them. They were all taken away, but never given the chance to wake.
And something's here to tell us we're in the wrong location. And we're here to say, nope, this is quite where I meant to be. What the fuck is that? Alright, maybe I am in the wrong
What is
place.
that thing?
Oh, we were just leaving.
Something we have to fight if we want to get across, it seems.
Be careful! It's huge!
What is with all the lumbering beasts lately?
It's no ordinary duel. That much is damn sure.
Watch yourselves. All bets are off when it comes to this thing. Severing Wind! Lunar Rondo!
Swallow dance!
Light! Stardust! Rising Fist!
Seems like straight out of a Dark Souls game. What the hell?
Try harder! My turn! You picked the wrong fight! Here!
Nothing gets like me.
Stardust!
Its head is a sweet point? We'll need to bring it down somehow to hit it.
In that case, let's start with the one in the middle.
Megathon Thrust! Vacuum Blade!
Amazing. So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complaint.
Not for that it's silly.
It's over!
Now you see what I can do.
Strike! Burn! Lunar Rondo!
I'll heal you all. Holy Glyph! Holy Lift!
Dragon Form!
Healing Circle!
There!
Swallow dance!
what my arts do best.
All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
I'm just getting smart. Can't get out of this. I'm just getting smart.
By the power of flame! Vanish without a trace! Come forth, holy glitter!
Here I come.
Holy lamp!
Severing Wind. Lunar Rondo. Soaring Light Spear.
That freaking does it!
Wind of heaven!
It's done. I'm not done.
Field!
You picked the wrong fight.
Get on in there with you!
Lunar Rondo. Soaring Light Spear.
Take this!
Glacial Spear!
Armor won't save you!
Rising Falcon.
Illuminate standing form! Inferno! Holy glimmer!
Wind.
Holy lamp!
I'm force blast. Here I come.
Death Blossom!
No further. Rising Falcon.
Should have
Out of
messed
ammo.
with me!
Watch and weep! Can't be
It's over. Take this. No escape.
Flame of magic is burning strike! Sleep now!
Try harder.
I'll crush you!
That should bring us a little bit.
Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Here's a healing arm!
Severing Wind.
Oh, almost go.
Astral energy!
Say no more.
Will this help?
Take this.
Light astral energy!
Severing Wind. Lunar Rondo.
I don't know what I'd do without you.
I owe you one.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Soaring Light Spear. You're mine. Ignite. Thunder Blast. Force Blast. Lunar Rondo. You're mine. Dragon Swarm.
Back into the fray!
Back.
Ready to go! Annihilation star! I'll never fit! It looks like you got this one covered!
Soaring Light Spear.
Here you come! I'll smash you!
No escape. It's over. Soaring Light Spear.
Finish without a trace!
Dragon Swarm.
Solid
Be
storm!
still. You're mine. Wind. Lunar Rondo.
They're not playing
Light
around!
Spear.
I'm sorry to be a father.
We've all got enough of
Burn
it.
in hell.
Yes, ma'am.
Without you!
Lunar Rondo. Soaring Light Spear. Force Blast. Burn it. Here. Here I come.
I'm just getting
Lunar Rondo. Soaring Light Spear.
Mega Ray! Dragon down!
Hurricane Thrust. Lunar Rondo. Soaring Light Spear. Force Blast.
I played you all down.
You paid for that. You're mine.
What the fuck was that? I just chained so much shit together there.
I hope this thing is medically approved.
Wind. I'm on. Lunar Rondo. Soaring Light Spear. It's gonna attack.
Right, watch out!
Hurricane Thrust.
I'll finish you here and ready and rarely. Let's tear 'em up!
Where are you going?
Yours to be let free. Dragon Swarm.
Watch and
Here.
weep!
Be still.
Weak!
Quit pushing yourself and get behind us.
I'll be right as rain in no time!
Severing Wind. Lunar Rondo. Soaring Light Spear. Not today.
I'm almost impressed.
Our praise coming from you.
I said almost. Don't get friendly.
You're finished.
Smash you!
Force Blast.
Glacial Spear. Don't get
Yeah, that's not good.
I owe you one.
Wave Lancer!
Dragon
The
Swarm.
flames will roar! The enemy is going all out with my
Lunar Rondo. Soaring Light Spear.
Run out in your dream!
You're finished.
Dance in the wind! Lunar Tornado! Now go away! Stand on with the others! Lightning! Hammer! Flame of fury! Burning! Water! Hear my call!
Dragon Swarm.
Big blast!
There's this cool thing called letting victim move.
Let me have Don't leave me! This one's mine! Will this
Ready
help?
and rarely.
Healing
Dragon
circle!
Swarm. Severing Wind.
Strike!
Get out of this. Look sharp,
There you
everyone.
go! Don't let up! Glacial Spear! Here's the evil!
Soaring Light Spear.
A clean start!
Burn.
Water! Hear
not done! Is this it?
Burning reach!
Luna Rondo! Soaring light spear!
Now, will this work for the stockpile?
No paper!
Do you require help?
I can't hold on much longer!
Take this! I'll finish you
Here
here
now!
now!
Here, let's go! Mega ray!
Take this!
Holy
Severing wind! Luna Rondo! I'm on it! Soaring light spear! First strike! Strike! First strike! I'm not done!
Now you see what I can do!
I'm not done!
Will this
Soaring
work
light
now?
spear! Doubly! In an instant! Impact block!
Well, it was pretty easy to just stick to him from above and do damage. He looked like he really was a bit harder to fight if I wasn't doing that. So we lucked out.
was that thing?
Probably something that was made here and somehow managed to survive, even after all this time. Not that there's any way of knowing now.
What's wrong?
Oh, I just suddenly found myself contemplating what might have happened to the sovereigns that were meant to emerge from the crown contests.
What do you mean?
You see, the winners of the past crown contests were all strong astral arts practitioners. Furthermore, that enemy we just fought appeared to be composed of several human bodies. It was certainly nothing one would find in nature.
You're saying those were the remains of the winners? That they forgot who they once were?
I'm merely saying it's a possibility.
That's absolutely gruesome. How long had the Helganquil been at this?
It was Rena's great spirit that made them do all of this. Anything to get its astral energy.
We're not gonna jump down, right?
I certainly hope not.
After hearing Dohalim's suggestion, I'm honestly not sure what to say.
I assure you all, I was merely stating the possibility.
So, looks like the Helganquil have been engineering Zeugles too. Why doesn't that surprise me at this point?
The creatures we've been encountering here have been a little different to what we're used to fighting, but I'm pretty sure they're Zeugles too.
Do you think they were engineered using creatures native to the area?
Indeed. However, based on the current circumstances, I would guess these Zeugles are all that's left of the planet's fauna now.
You mean, there might have been native owl species here once upon a time too?
That's not good. We're just shy of level 50, all of us. Wait, how did we all catch up? Or did the game just force us to catch up? Because Rinwell was definitely ahead of the rest of us. For a reason why, I don't know, but she was. I think it's because I think you gain less EXP when you're dead, if I had to guess. And we had her alive for... I literally survived solo versus some creatures. The inversion room, huh? I'd say we're coming up on the level we need to be. We said final boss. Actually, I'd be interested to see if this even is the final dungeon. It feels like a final dungeon. It really does. But Tales games are pretty good at making you wonder when the fuck the game will end.
We're back in that other room? Did the teleporter fail or something?
Something feels off about it.
Look! Everything's upside down!
The furnishings are at least. No, you're right. The whole room's flipped on its head.
So what was once down is now up, and vice versa. I suppose the teleporter reversed our orientation then.
Alright, so we're Castlevania now. Got it. Oh, okay. So we got one of the teleporters. That said, guys, it's almost 2 a.m. and I'm kind of getting to that point where I really just want to head out, grab some food. So what we'll do tomorrow is I'm assuming we'll beat the game. And then what we'll do when we beat the game is we'll do extra content. Maybe do a lot of grinding, try to hit 99 if we can. I don't know what it takes to hit 99 or what we need to grind to do so. At that point, I'm willing to take any and all suggestions. Mostly, the only thing I'm really worried about spoiler-wise, really, is like story or lore implications, you know, that kind of stuff. But like mechanical shit, I'm willing to take all of it. So when we get to that point, if there even is that point, maybe we'll just stumble upon it. We will seek said help. Maybe even from Google if need be. But yeah, I'm enjoying this entire build-up. There's so much going on here, and I am interested to see. Also, we should probably take a breather. When we get back tomorrow, we will teleport away and figure out our item situation. We'll probably end up selling most of the materials we've gathered. That'll probably do it, right? Yeah.